Welcome, everybody, to Norway Chess 2022. It is the main event starting today, Classical Chess. I am International Master David Pruess, and I am extremely pleased to be joined by Grandmaster Arturs Neiksans. Arturs, welcome.
Hello, David. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. And everybody who is watching this show, absolute privilege for me also finally to do the coverage for chess.com. And what a possibility to do the opening round of Norway Chess.
Yeah, it's a great place to kick things off. So everybody, this is Artur's first big show on chess.com. So be nicer to him than you were to me and Benjamin yesterday. And hopefully the moves will come in more smoothly than they were coming in the Blitz tournament, which, by the way, wasn't Benjamin or our producer's fault yesterday. Arturs, I remember my first show here on chess.com. It was a tournament in China, like Nanjing Pearl tournament, where Magnus Carlsen at age 19 became the highest rated player in the world. It was like right between his like 18th and 19th birthday, November 2009. So I imagine historic will happen at this Norway tournament for you to always look back on.
You know, actually, it's very interesting that it's the Norway Chess, which we are going to do the commentary here today, because I've actually been on site and I checked prior to the tournament. It was back in 2013, the very first edition. And back then, the Stavanger city was organizing also Stavanger Open, and I was playing it and I won it. I actually accidentally remembered it before the tournament because this is the 10th anniversary of Norway Chess. So it's also special, super special for me.
Yeah. So perfect tournament. And we've got some great players here. But before we get to the players, we're going to go over the format for everybody, because this tournament features a format really unlike any other chess tournament. I don't know any other tournament that has this format here. So Arturs, can you tell us about this format?
Right. So there's 10 players in total, 10-player round robin tournament. And what it makes it really exciting compared to a typical over-the-board tournament, it's a football so-called scoring system, meaning every victory is awarded 3 points for the winner. Naturally, the loser receives 0 points. However, if there's a draw, and naturally draws are a problem at the competitive chess, at least in classical games, there is going to be Armageddon game, and the winner of the Armageddon game will get 1.5 points for the win, and the loser of the Armageddon gets 1 point. So players are basically encouraged to fight for the win, because the win is 3 points, and at least try to win the Armageddon, which is 1.5 points.
Yeah. And in addition to being encouraged to win the classical game, even if the encouragement isn't enough and chess ends in a draw quite often, you still get that excitement of the second game with the Armageddon game. So you never have, 15 moves, repetition, and they're out. None of this bishop d2, bishop c1 in the Grunfeld, which we saw again yesterday.
Queen d6, queen d6.
Or queen d6, queen e6. Now some of these are so famous, you can just say 1 or 2 moves and everybody knows which game you're talking about.
Actually, David, I watched this amazing clip. Who was it? I think it was Daniel, together with Danny. They did this amazing commentary, and they were doing this fun commentary of the Berlin. Right, I was a total fan as soon as I saw it.
Yeah, that was funny, of the infamous Berlin game. Today's chess will not be rapid, although there will be rapid games for the Armageddon in case of drawn classical games. But the classical games will be 2 hours. And after that, the time control for the rapid, I'm not sure, but hopefully we'll have that information up here at some point. But next up, we want to go through the players. So here's the field for today's tournament. Same as yesterday's tournament for anybody who caught the Blitz. We've got the world champion. We've got 2 former world champions in Anand and Topalov. And we've got 1 candidate for the candidates tournament next month, Timur Rajabov. along with 5 top grandmasters and Norway's #2 player, Arturs.
Right. And maybe also we have to look back who are the previous winners of the previous editions, because this is the 10th edition. As you see, the world champion Magnus Carlsen has won the tournament 4 times, and he has done it actually 3 times in a row, 2019, 20, and 21. Sergei Karyakin is not playing this year. He is 2 times winner. Also, Veselin Topalov, Levon Aroni, and Fabiano Caruana have managed to win the tournament at least once.
Yeah. Not only is Karyakin not back for the 10th anniversary, but he's been banned forever from Norway Chess by the organizers. They've banned Russian players for 1 year, and they've banned Karyakin for life. So they won't have the winner of their inaugural tournament here. I know that otherwise they would have. I can tell from the way they built up this field that they want to honor some of the history and tradition of their tournament as they hit their 10th year. But yeah, Karyakin has been uninvited, and Grishuk also has been replaced this year, even though they have nothing against him personally. He'll hopefully be back in this tournament next year. Looking at that field, do you have any favorites other than the world champion, like players who you could see breaking his streak of winning this tournament 3 years in a row?
I don't know. I would guess that the only player who can outplay Magnus Carlsen is Magnus Carlsen, really. I mean, it has to be himself. But I would expect definitely a lot of surprises, like in every single tournament. And initially, Magnus was struggling in his home tournament because obviously this tournament is held in Norway. And so in the early years, it wasn't going great for him. So it's only those 3 victories in a row. And but I'm not really sure what to expect from this year. Actually, it would be pretty interesting to see how Anand would play, because he's had quite an amazing streak lately. He had an amazing event in the Superbet. Yesterday in the Blitz game, he beat Magnus Carlsen. He is in a great shape.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Anand's in great shape. And for anybody who doesn't follow Vishy's career, he's crossed age 50. So once you're past age 50, it's I don't know. I mean, you're not expected to play at the world championship level. So, it's like great if you can play well, but no, he's playing at the absolute top level here so far. In Rapid and Blitz, he hasn't appeared to lose a step. And if he can compete with the current world champion, Magnus Carlsen, then that would be absolutely fantastic. And maybe he'll have a career like Viktor Korchnoi. I mean, if he can play at a world championship level past age 50, then that's the thing to look towards. We've got another thing to let you know before the games start, which is that you can vote on the results of the games by going through /events, chess.com/events. And for each game, you can select a game and guess the result for that one game. There are 5 games today, so you can click through the 5 games, vote on each of them. And there is a $600 prize pool for the best voters over the course of the entire Norway Chess tournament. And there are also free diamond memberships available. And voting ends after the 10th move of each game. So if you want to be really strategic about it, you can wait to see what openings are played and put that into your calculations when you guess the results. But do make sure that you're not like still waiting on move 8 or move 9, like, I wonder what should it be? And then suddenly 2 moves come in. So that's there for you. That's been used at many chess.com broadcasts in a row on /events, having this prize pool.
Right.
So
I think those are amazing prizes indeed. And actually, David, I just cannot help it. I have to mention this because I was participating during the World Championship. There was this guessing game between Magnus Carlsen and Jan Nepomniachtchi. And you had to guess what was the opening. You had to guess the score. And you had to guess the number of the moves. And I think I guessed all 3. So I got the signboard by Magnus Carlsen.
Yes, the number of moves.
Funny. Yeah, that was me.
Wow.
That was pretty funny. I thought, what are the odds? So what are the odds? So I did it, right? I'm a grandmaster, randomly selected some numbers and I posted it. So I think all of the viewers watching this, you think you cannot win a prize? Definitely you can do that. This is your chance.
You can win a prize unless Arturs is playing. That's incredible. Guessing the number of moves. Okay. So we've got 1 minute here, Arturs. Why don't we play guess the result here on /events. We'll see if we can win some money for our producers. So we've got Magnus Carlsen against Wang Hao. That's the first game that we'll just put in a vote. What should we put in for our producer here?
Magnus Carlsen against Wang Hao. Actually, when we are going to go back to that game, I have prepared beautiful statistics for you, but I would say it's going to be, do we need the score?
Yeah, we have to guess white wins, a draw, or black wins.
Draw.
Draw?
Yep.
All right, we'll put a draw. I'll trust you. I was surprised. I thought we'd bet on the world champion. All right, the next one is Wesley So against Timur Rajabov. I'm thinking draw.
Draw.
Okay. You're more certain than me. We'll put it down.
They played actually 4 classical games. 3 games out of 4 have been a draw. So I would say that both of them are very solid players. So draw being the most likely result, it's a good bet.
Yeah. All right. On to Anish Giri with white against Veselin Topalov.
Well,
what do you think?
I would give Giri the favorite because once again, their previous results involved 17 classical games. It was quite actually amazing because Giri lost from first 4 games 3 against Topalov. And guess what? He came back like a rocket. I mean, he won 4 games in a row. So currently Giri leads 4 games, 4 victories against 3 losses and many draws. So I would say that Giri, being an active player, is a clear favorite with white.
Yeah. And I'm going to go with that as well. We're going to bet on Giri to win here. Ooh, and here's quite a matchup. Anand versus MVL. Ooh, we could get a Najdorf there. I like the Najdorf. You like the Najdorf.
Najdorf looks good. Yeah, but actually, it's Anand who leads in classical games. 4 victories against 2.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. Either Anand wins or it's a draw. Maybe I'm mistaken. In
the Blitz and Rapid, it looked to me like Anand and Topalov were keeping up with modern opening theory. It looked to me like they've been studying. They've been cracking not the books, but the databases, the computer moves. Oh, we've got some moves coming in, which can help us in our prediction, but it also means we have to hurry up and predict.
Yeah, hurry up. The final game.
Anand has played bishop b5 check Moscow, followed by c4. And
I'll tell you a lot of things about it.
Okay.
I know it so well.
Okay. I'm going to put draw because I think MBL knows it pretty well.
No.
It's a little more solid. No draw?
Okay. Either draw or Anand wins. How about that?
Wins.
Can you select those scores? No, I guess you cannot, right?
No, you have to pick one of 3 results.
All right.
And then we've got Mamedyarov against Aryan Tari. And Mamedyarov is facing the Nimzo Indian.
Yeah, Mamedyarov should be a favorite, but this is actually their first classical game. They haven't really played against each other, but they make it a really special pair because I checked it. All of the pairings, every player they play against each other, Mamedyarov against Tari, they have played, guess where? In Title Tuesday.
In Title Tuesday? Who won that Blitz game?
I have a date, actually, 7th April 2020. I'm not really sure how important this is, but it is special. They have played right here on chess.com Title Tuesday. So only pair from all 5.
So can I bet on the higher rated player to win this one?
Yeah, probably. I think Mamedyarov should be a favorite.
Yeah. I'm not going to say that Tari is going to be completely outclassed in this tournament, but it's going to be a lot of uphill battles for him. And Mamedyarov is a very dangerous player, especially with white. I like that he's playing knight f3 against the Nimzo. It's a very, very interesting line to me. A lot of different, structures and positions that can come out of it. So I like that. We'll see how it goes.
Is a very creative player. He always plays the knight c3 systems, Nimzo setups. He goes for sharp positional, sharp play whenever possible. And it's just his style, right? He always enjoys getting very dynamic positions. And so this is totally vintage Mamedyarov here.
All right. So our votes are in. I hope all of your votes are in too. For those of you who want to play, guess the result over the course of this tournament and compete with our producer for $600 in prizes. Let's see if we can go to the bird's eye view and just see what all 5 of these openings are that we have in front of us to kick off this tournament. All right, Arturs, can you see every single opening now?
Right. I think I can. Just a second. So I see Magnus Carlsen has played the Reti against Van Gaal. Nothing to see there. I'm actually curious if Van Gaal is going to play 97. 97 recently has become uber popular continuation with black here. Challenging.
97 on move 2?
Yeah, move 2. It's super, super popular right now. I think it was, I don't remember who started the trend. Maybe it was Kirill Alexeyenko in some candidates, previous candidate cycle. But 97 is very interesting. The G6 also switching to the Grunfeld is very interesting. And 97 is on the board. You got it. I'm going to be very curious to see how this theoretical part is going to be played out. So 97 is D move right now. It's odd, but it's D move.
That's news to me. Wow. Okay. Well, I've already learned one thing today. I don't know if anyone else has. Knight D7. Very strange move to me. But so I guess
play E5, and you play D4. Black plays knight B6, stopping C4, and you want to play D4, knight B6, get the bishop out on F5, and play E6, H6. That is the classical idea. And D4 is played. And so knight B6 pretty sure is going to follow. Yep.
And knight B6.
But I think we can go back to this game a bit later because there's some very interesting nuances. Magnus could play here A4. I'm not sure what's his preparation for this game, but do we give an overview for all other games? Or we
yeah. No, you know too much about everything, like many other grandmasters. So if I ask you too many questions about this position, you'll tell me everything. So yeah, let's look over all the games. You're right. So are you at all surprised with Magnus playing knight f3, g3, or are his openings just unpredictable and varied?
Well, at least it's not A4, right?
At least you saw what he played yesterday.
It's something classical. So I approve. I mean, it's a very normal developing move. So I think Magnus just tries every single possibility, tries to explore everything there is in chess, and it's exciting to watch. But of course, I think in the classical game, he'll never play A4 or H4 or F3, whatever he has tried in online accelerated time control games. But
yeah,
anyway, it should be fun.
Okay, and then we've got Wesley versus Timur on Italian game.
Yeah, this is a classic setup. So A5 has become like a trend once again. You see, this is for no coincidence a super tournament, because these guys, they're playing the top-notch theory here. And in Italian game, the trend has moved to the level that black plays A5 instead of the classical A6, bishop A7, to hide the bishop on A7. It's all about the space advantage. And you, David, you do these amazing analytical streams on your Chess Dojo channel. You probably know all about it, that the modern theory has moved towards very aggressive space advantage at the king side or queen side. So think about the Catalans, H4, H5. Think about Italian game, A5, A4. Think about French closed, French King's Indian attack, A5, A4. There's many systems which involve aggressive pawn push.
Yeah, and some of this comes from the computers. You know, some of the stronger computers have turned out to value space even more than we did before. Space was considered one of the kind of positional advantages you could get. but the computers have shown that they value it very highly now. And also they've shown different ways of actually using space advantages, you know, when people play through their games and see the plans that they use. So you mentioned Catalan. On the next board, Giri and Topalov have a very, very classical Catalan kind of position. This is not any super new theory. This position you could have seen 20 years ago in a top level tournament.
Right. So as far as I'm concerned in the Catalan, there's been also these latest developments that either black pushes aggressively a5, a4, or white pushes aggressively a4 or b4. And I think even without making a short castle by such creative players like Daniil Dubov, we have seen moves like h4 and h5.
Yeah.
Which I still don't get it. What's the point? But this is how they play.
I thought you already told us the point is space.
No, but h4, h5, I don't get it. Why? What's the point, right? You weaken the king side. a4, I understand. b4, I understand. But why h4? There must be a reason.
Well, the moves on the queen side weaken your queen side, but gain space. If you've got enough space, then your pieces cover the gaps. I think that's how Benjamin explained it to me yesterday, or explained it to all of us yesterday. He said, when you take a lot of space, then obviously pawn moves are creating weaknesses, but your pieces cover sort of the gaps behind.
Or paraphrasing Hikaru, when you take a lot of space, good things tend to happen.
Okay. Good things tend to happen.
Actually, he said exactly like that, I think.
Yeah. A little magical sounding, like overprotection from Nimzovich. If you just protect your e4 pawn a bunch of times, magical things tend to happen. That's an opening there that Veselin is going to know quite well. You know, no chance that Giri's hitting him with some new sauce just yet in that game, but we'll see if Giri has something up his sleeve or if he's just looking to play a long positional game with Veselin.
I think Veselin actually is pretty happy. He's pretty happy to enter a position which doesn't involve very deep theoretical preparation, because I'm pretty sure he already confessed in some interviews before that he's not working so hard on chess lately anymore. And that's the thing. I mean, for me, like a normal grandmaster, maybe we can skip following axial theory for a couple of years. We are not going to miss a thing. But at that level, to play against the best players in the world, in order to hope for good results, you really, really have to follow the latest trends.
Right.
And I think this system of the closed Catalan is probably what makes Veselin pretty happy.
Yeah. But I do think you bring up something that I think is interesting. I think lay people need to realize how to listen to or read into the interviews of, world champions or top 10 players, super grandmasters, because when he says he's not really working as hard, Veselin worked really, really hard. Like people have no idea how hard this guy works. So when he says he's not working as hard, he might be working 10 hours a day on chess. And that might be what he's referring to when he's saying he's not working that hard anymore.
Yeah, now I only work like 5 hours a day, right?
Right. Yeah. So it's fine if I don't keep up with everything. I'm barely putting in 5 or 6 hours looking at other people's games from recent tournaments, because these people work so much harder than we may realize and know so much more than we do. I remember at some point I made some comment about how I didn't study chess anymore. I was in a crowd of lay people, right? Just some friends chatting around. I said, "Oh yeah, I don't study chess anymore. I haven't been playing in tournaments. I'm just taking care of my kids." And my partner said, "Well, don't you look at chess games every single night?" And I said, "Well, yeah, I look at a few games, but I don't really study." And so, I've completely stopped, I'm doing nothing baseline was I was looking at chess games for at least 1 hour every night from just like tournaments and things that people were doing. And occasionally I would, solve some puzzles and read a chess book. And my nothing was probably still 10 hours a week. But for me, that felt like absolutely zero. Like I just was doing completely given up. And so absolutely, doing less for Topalov might be more than some of us have ever done.
You might be just right.
And Wang Hao's another player who has been retired for a year, and has come back for this tournament. And he played your secret sauce knight to d7 move here. So he's still up on trends. And I saw Topalov playing some trendy things in the Blitz tournament yesterday. So, when these players give their interviews, we all need to like realize they're speaking from a different place and different perspective than us. And so we need to be careful how they interpret things, like when Rapport, who dropped out this week of this tournament, when he says something like, I wish I never learned to play chess, and like, I don't like playing chess. Well, I mean, you have to think twice how much you believe that, right? Because he's spending all his time playing chess. So if he really didn't want to be playing chess, maybe he wouldn't spend all his time playing chess. I don't know.
Right. Yeah. Actually, I've heard about him being a bit pessimistic about the choice of playing chess. Also during Grand Prix, that felt a bit strange, but
yeah, he's like winning the tournament and like, oh, what a misery.
Oh, it's so bad. I've got to the final. I play so bad.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Interesting opening between Mamedyarov and Aryan Tari here is next up for us. Do you know this position? Do you have any thoughts about their choice?
Yeah, let me check it. So it was the Nimzo knight f3 and queen c2. This is not the most popular way to play it out. So probably we are going to check it more closely once we're going to get there. But okay, this is something interesting. But I think this is fairly theoretical position, by the way. Maybe I'm mistaken, or it's something very similar. I don't quite recognize it, but the idea of voluntarily giving up for black the dark swept bishop to ruin white's pawn structure and then try to block it, it's certainly not a new concept. And Mamedyarov, in the meantime, he relies on the power of the two bishops and the semi-open D and B files. So I guess everything depends how they're going to play it out the next several moves.
Yeah, and I think that actually Mamedyarov and Firouzja had a very, very similar game in Superbet last month.
This is one of those games you check during the nights, right?
Yeah, so that would be a relevant game. Unfortunately, my brain no longer works in the way where I can remember all the move orders of every opening of every game that I've looked at. It worked like that when I was in high school, but now, all I can say is like, it looks very similar. And I think basically if black takes on c3 with the queen, you trade queens, play rook c1, rook c7, and black's position isn't good. So if they had this exact same position before, queen c5 or queen c4, something like that was played as well in the game I'm thinking of.
But since Aryan played it very quickly, I think it's safe to assume that indeed they're following theory here. And you don't play queen c5 in a heartbeat. Of course, you want to check, can I take the pawn? Because normally the point of the threat is you want to execute it, right? And you target the pawn on c3, you want to take it. So if Aryan plays queen c5, this probably means he's well aware of what you said. This queen trade, rook c1, rook c7, he knows it's dangerous.
Yeah.
But did we actually have a look at the Anand against MVL? Because we mentioned it, there's the Moscow variation, but we didn't tell anything more. And this is when I said, oh, I know quite a bit about it.
All right. I'll bring it up so that we can learn a little bit about it and then forget it tomorrow. So
all right,
tell us something about the Moscow.
All right. The Moscow variation. Well, to be honest, my humble opinion for many, many years has been that why everybody plays d4. I don't really understand it, because after d4, c takes knight e4, the knight moves the second time. And actually, it's quite interesting that after knight e4, knight f6, knight c3, a6, white has played literally every legal move. There's a3, a4, h3, h4, g3, f3, f4, bishop e2, bishop d3, bishop e3, bishop d2, bishop g5, queen e2, queen f3, queen d3, queen d2, maybe rook g1, rook b1, knight b3. Maybe I forgot something, but you get the point, right? So
yeah, I think you're right.
why do all of this? And at least that's my understanding. Probably it's wrong, but my understanding is why move the knight for the second time, because it sort of resembles to the Scotch opening, right? E4, E5, knight f3, knight C6. You play D4, take on D4, and then try to prove you're doing great. So bishop B5 concept I really enjoy, meaning it's in the Ral Lopez spirit. We developed the bishop with a check, and we want to take the center with either C3, D4 or C4 and put up the Marazzi bind. So the concept is awesome, and I really like it that it specifically happens against the Najdorf players, because NVL is, I mean, he's one of the sharpest players in the circuit, right?
Yeah.
And coming with bishop b5, I think this is like Vishy coming with an extinguisher, right? I mean, there's nothing happening here, no fire, right?
Yeah.
So I totally approve. I like it, and it suits Anand's style.
You know, it's you make a lot of points, and one of them is particularly like hits home with me, which is the fire extinguisher, because for years and years I went to tournaments as a Najdorf player, and I wanted people to sacrifice pieces and try to checkmate my king. That's what I was looking for, right? That's what I was coming for. I was saying, you're going to sack a piece, you're going to try and check my king, you're going to miss, and you're going to resign. That was the goal, right? And when somebody would play bishop b5, absolutely, it was like they were just dousing the flames in advance. No fire on board, you know, no Alexei Shirov, no Najdorf, no Kasparov or Fischer. I was going to have to trade a piece right away, take one small step towards the end game. Oh, I hated it. I hated it. But Arturs, I know you're a grandmaster, so I'm going to argue with like full respect to you, but let me just argue in favor of the knight on d4, because I feel like you gave it, you beat it down so horribly. And
you have a different opinion, I feel. That's fine.
Yeah, I'm just curious. And folks, I think like you should always have respect and understand when somebody better than you probably knows more than you. But if you don't like ask your questions or like state your opinion, you can't understand their opinion properly. So Arturs, I feel like you're saying there's a problem with moving the knight a second time.
Yep.
With the d4 move. But my understanding is that the knight moves a second time when black captures a pawn, moving their c pawn a second time. So black's move here of the c pawn disappears, and you make a second move with your knight, and you don't.
Actually, I never thought about that.
Lose time moving the knight.
It's actually pretty interesting. I never thought about that. That's a very valid argument. The pawn also, the c pawn moves the second time.
Yeah. So really, I would think of d4 just as being a move that was played to develop our bishop, just like, you know, b3, g3, e4, d4 kind of move that you have to play at some point in the opening.
All right. You have a point.
Okay.
Actually, you know, on a serious note, you know, I'm not very serious here. I hope you understand that. On a very serious note, this is a clash of styles, because the positional player plays bishop b5.
Yeah.
The sharp player plays d4. He goes for open sharp battle, right? And the Anand is known as a fine positional player who doesn't, by the way, shy away from tactical fights, but I really like bishop b5. I like it too much.
Okay, well, that's fine. So, I mean, it's absolutely fine that you like it. I was just curious about, you know, did you really think d4 was like a mistake or something, or is it more of sort of a stylistic like choice or a strategic mistake in terms of what kind of player you're playing against and what kind of game you're trying to get?
Oh, d4 is a fine move.
So bishop b5, bishop d7, and now he puts the pawn on c4.
Yeah, maybe without bishop d7, I have to mention here is that bishop b5, this is like asking black a question, at least on my understanding. At my understanding, this is how it goes. You play bishop b5 and black has three legal moves, because the fourth one, queen d7, is something we don't even want to discuss. So knight c6 is not great, because knight c6, white very quickly grabs the center, show castle c3 d4. And basically there is a choice, knight e7 or bishop d7. So bishop d7, black pretty much says, listen, okay, I don't mind like playing a peaceful game today, right? You play bishop d5, fine. But knight d7 is like, I want to fight. So,
and that's what MVL used to play by far the most often. He used to, He used to be somebody who was upset that people were trying to fire extinguish him. You could tell because he would play knight d7 every time. He would take that bishop pair. He'd be angry at you for what you were playing against him. You could tell he was mad that you played bishop b5. But I think, I think MVL's gotten a little bit older and wiser too. And now he's willing to just play bishop d7 and say like, okay, I've been around the block professionally for a while. If you draw sometimes with black, that's fine. If you suffer sometimes with black, even that is fine.
Right. Yeah, this is the wisdom comes with age.
Yeah.
All right. So bishop d7, take it. c4. This is what we call the Maroczy bind. So the pawns on c4, e4, they are giving white some, again, space advantage. We are gonna come back to this topic of the concept of the space advantage many times. It is important. And white wants to play knight c3 and d4. And the point of these pawns on c4 and e4 is watch out from black doing any breakthroughs. Should it be e6, d5, or should it be a6, b5? And white tries literally squeeze black. So it's really a big question. Can black make a successful breakthrough?
Yeah. Arturs, let me ask you a quick question while I've got you. I mean, I don't know if I'm allowed to use my position here as a commentator to get so many private lessons, but in this position here, I have often played this move, queen g4.
Yeah, that is bad.
And then white castles, and I take this pawn on e4, and white plays d4 before rook e1, so I can't take the pawn on c4 as well.
Yep.
And then white plays, rook e1, knight c3, develops all those pieces. Should I never play this variation again in my life?
Never play this variation, never in your life.
Okay, that's what I needed someone to tell me.
I think it's really simple because you look at white's position. White has finished development. Basically, white is ahead, supplied 3 tempi. And I think it's a great trade because in chess, if you want to get better, treat it like giving pawns away for time for development. It's a great trade. So here, white is so much ahead in development. The black king is how many tempos behind? Knight f6, c6, bishop e7, short castle, 4 tempos. In 4 tempos, there's so many things that can happen. And I think it's worth totally more than 1 pawn. So it's maybe good for blitz, but don't try it in classical.
Done. Never again. I'll spend my time practicing real moves. So let's see how Maxime develops. He puts the knights on f6 and c6. Anand pushes through d4 immediately. Then we get the bishop g7, bishop e3. So basically here we've got the accelerated dragon Maroczy bind position without the light squared bishops. You can also get this out of the English opening. The same symmetrical English will get you the same position as the accelerated dragon sometimes. And who do you think is favored by the absence of light squared bishops? Does it help white because the bishop on e2 wouldn't be a very good piece, or does it help black because a trade relieves black's cramp?
Actually, it helps black because it's much easier for black to make a breakthrough of b5. So clearly, if black already played short castle and played a6 very quickly, his idea is to play knight takes on d4 and push b5. That's the idea. And this is why here, Vishy, he played knight b3. To be honest, I'm not really familiar with the move. I don't know what's the idea of this move. I guess meet b5 would just take on b5, or maybe even push c5. It's an interesting idea, but I've played myself this position many times, and usually I respond instead of knight b3, I play queen d3. So the point of
d3,
queen d3. The point of this move is to stop b5 from happening, and then there's a trick. Let's say black plays knight e5. And it seems like white has missed something. Queen e2. Yeah. No, that's the entire point. Queen e2, rook, whatever, ac8, I guess, b3, b5, the knight on c3 is ganging, and now you play knight e5. And that's the entire point. So you're going to take the pawn on c4 because the pawn on, there's a fork on b6, and after the, exactly like that. And if you take on d5, c takes on d5, and white is just back. So that's in a nutshell the idea, and black probably doesn't have to do that. So we have to go back to the moment of queen d3. What options does black have? Yeah, and he might make some kind of weighty move like rook a to c8, and then yeah, here, rook a to c8, and then I played b3. And now the question is, to be honest, I don't know. Probably these guys, they know it much deeper than I do, right? And I've played it many, many times. I feel that I know this position pretty well, but recently I've seen this idea being played, but I think it was with a rook fc8, not rook a c8. So maybe we can show the idea. Rook fc8, b3. And now the point is there might be b5. Anyway, so we take c takes on b5, we take the pawn, knight e5, queen d2, and d5.
Wow.
Yeah, this is what I've been played a couple of times, so maybe MVL has worked it out until a draw. That is my best guess, really. So actually Engine sort of doesn't like it at the start, but then it just gives white slightly better. And if white is slightly better with an extra pawn, probably this means that somehow black is liquidating this into a draw. So that would be my best guess. And here, actually, it's a very cute tactic that you can play f4 due to rook takes on c3. So it's very, very nice. And yeah, knight takes on e4 is a very big threat, and white is in a lot of danger. So this is at least my understanding of the position, and maybe Anand knows this. Probably he knows this. I mean, these guys, they know a lot more. So maybe he knows that queen d3 is nothing already. I mean, I think it's something. Anand probably thinks it's nothing. So he played. Right.
He's like, queen d3, it's been analyzed.
What is that? Who plays queen d3? Queen d3 is yesterday's news, right? So
yeah. Amazing. I mean, you know 1,000 times more things than I do, but maybe Anand knows 1,000 times more things than you.
That is entirely possible.
It's just crazy. So he plays knight b3, which, I mean, the first thing that occurs to me with this is, there's no pawn to b3. This pawn on c4 often needs defense in the Maroczy bind. So this is an unusual move, just as a pattern in this opening. And immediately I wonder how he's planning to defend the c pawn, or what he's planning to do with it. Maybe he's planning to just push it to c5 if it gets attacked.
Right, but MVL has played pretty quickly e6, and that is one of the other ideas. Black wants to push d5, but to be honest, let me tell you this from the start. It is a very big decision for black, because if d5 doesn't happen, black has made a weakness on d6. So if white gets to press the pawn on d6 and black does not make any breakthroughs with either d5 or b5, those weaknesses are there to stay. So now after queen e2, I think it's a very, very critical moment. So the big question is, can MVL push d5? And actually d5, you already see with the naked eye, there's going to be some kind of a rook d1, and the queen on d7 stands under a very unpleasant pin. So I don't know what it is really. I guess it's not really possible to play d5, rook d1. How do you protect the pawn on d5?
I mean, he'll have to calculate it. And honestly, I mean, he may have spent some time calculating it before playing e6. Like whether or not he could follow up with d5 after queen e2, the most natural move for white. I think he could expect the move queen e2 there, right? So, or he may have calculated it at home before and just be double checking some lines, but he hasn't gone for it. Instead, queen e7, and I wonder if he'll play a move like, rook e8, trying to set up d5 based on the e file.
I think Anand is very happy. He's very happy with the position, because this is not the kind of position where black has managed to equalize right away. The d5 is not even going to happen right away, because naturally, I think Anand is going to position his rooks on d1 and c1. So think about moves like, let's say, rook f to d1 here. Let's say black cannot play d5. I just take the free pawn. There's bishop c5 threat as well. So how do you play? Let's say you play rook f to d8, and I might just play bishop b6 as well. So there's no d5. The pawn on d6 is weak, and I can easily increase the pressure on the pawn on d6. I can double the pawns, double the rooks at the d file. I can reroute my knight from b3. So I'm not really sure about if MVL took the right choice, but I like Anand's position.
Yeah. Another thing I could imagine would be playing rook c8, trying to look at the c4 pawn, and play knight e5 next. And I think I've thought of an idea for white to control that, because this is my worry with knight b3. But I think if white plays bishop f4, then on knight e5, c5 should be okay for white.
That's a bit unusual idea for the variation, but if it works, right? And I keep remembering myself this very nice quote once was said by nobody else but Anand himself. And, you know, I've sometimes been feeling weird. You know, I feel like guilty. I see this weird move and my hand cannot make it. And I just cannot make it. And then I think I read in an interview, Anand was once said, he doesn't care if it looks weird. Right? If it works, it works. And that was like very, very important quote for me. So you say like bishop f4, c5, it looks weird to me, but it's very simple. If it works, it works.
Yeah. So that's the position they're in. Cartier Tank from chat is confirming to us that b5, d5 idea you showed us has already been played by MVL against Fabiano Caruana last year. Oh. So yes, you were correct. He has analyzed it all. He's even shown it all in a game already, and Anand already knew that. So the 15 minutes or so that they've spent, each of them on their clock so far in the opening, they're probably still within their preparation. They're just sort of double checking some things and trying to guess, what does the opponent have in mind? What do I need to be ready for? What are they maybe trying to lead me towards? It's all that kind of figuring around.
Or maybe one of them is playing like Dubov, just bluffing all the way, no? Because you never know. For example, Dubov is such a wonderful example. I mean, he knows so deep the theory, but you never know when he stops, when his knowledge stops, and when the bluff starts. Yeah, right? And he just continues to fire it out, and you just, oh wow, that is very deep prep, right? and apparently he's just bluffing. So okay, probably not Anand and the MVL, they're two classical players, but this is actually a pretty interesting strategy. And you just trust the opponent, because, I mean, there's no way he's playing so fast over the board and has no prior knowledge about the position.
Right. If they're banging it out like that, it must be computer checked. So don't even try to refute it.
Yep.
All right, so let's click on some other games. I see two games below us, both of which look interesting. Magnus versus Wang Hao, who are spending a lot of time on the first couple moves here. And then Anish Giri versus Veselin Topalov, who've made a pretty important positional decision already, which maybe we could get your opinion on.
Maybe we start with Magnus's game, right? He's a world champion after all.
Sure.
And yeah, so we left with this knight e7 before knight b6, which is a very trendy move. b3, this is kind of news to me. I mean, you can play this position in various ways, and usually the idea here is this. Let's say it doesn't really matter if white includes a4. Let's say we can include a4 instead of b3 to bother the knight. Let's say a4, a5, black immediately responds to keep the knight on b6 alive. And now it's actually not good for white to play bishop g2. I mean, it's not giving advantage. And why is this? Because after bishop g2 here, black plays, I think it was bishop f5, gets the bishop out. So black's idea is to play e6 and h6 to secure the bishop on f5, having solved the problem of the light square bishop. So if white plays knight h4, black plays bishop g4, keep the bishop alive, h3, bishop h5, g4, and e6. And that's the point. That's the point, that black is in time to counterattack the knight on h4, and if the knight goes back, the bishop goes back. So this bishop g2 actually is not really such a great choice for white. So white tries to do something else, and actually there's a trick. For example, let's say white doesn't play bishop g2, but white plays knight c3, which is quite typical move for the position, because c4 is not going to happen anymore because black has put the knight on b6 and the pawn on d5. And now if we play bishop f5, again, try to follow the same idea. White plays knight h4. I try to play bishop g4, h3, bishop h5, and I think it was knight g2. So this was one of the core ideas of the position. You are getting with the knight to the bishop on h5, and even if you play bishop g6, knight f4, white gets the two bishop advantage. There is a very Jabava style approach at the king side. I'm talking about Jabava London, obviously, some typical pawn push ideas, and white very quickly can outplay black. So
wow.
Yeah, that's why I guess there's some tricks.
So no bishop g2 because your knight might need the square in the battle between this knight and bishop. And by the way, folks, if you wonder why this like crazy hopping around battle here, that's because both players in this variation are working under the assumption that the bishop pair is an advantage, and that trading a knight for a bishop at this phase in the game is going to give white a little bit of an advantage over the course of the game.
I have to ask David, though, are you a bishop person or are you a knight person?
I am a bishop person. I'm just explaining the bias that's implicit in these variations, because none of these variations would make sense if knights and bishops were equal, right? I mean, why would the players be fighting so hard over this trade, going as far as to play knight to g2?
Probably I have to mention that at the professional circuit, the two bishop advantage is considered to be the so-called minimal advantage, right? Which you are trying to get out of the opening. And why? Because the positions tend to open. The position opens and the power of the bishops increases. So at least that's what at least white is trying to do in openings, get at least two bishops, because the position eventually will open. So what happened there? After, what was it?
So Magnus played b3.
Yeah, bishop f5. To be honest, I think there's plenty of room for improvising, because now after bishop f5, of course, Magnus plays knight h4. And now we can repeat the same idea of bishop g4, h3, bishop h5, g4. Yeah, knight g2. My apologies. Yeah, knight g2. And now knight f4 is a typical move, and I think Van Gogh sees that. He sees that, and he simply is choosing now between the other typical plan, which is e6. But I don't really know how it feels together with b3. I don't know what this is, because e6 is a very common idea. Allow the trade on f5, and then black relies on the blockade, plays moves like c6, knight f6, bishop d6. But I don't know how b3 changes the evaluation. So clearly Magnus has some ideas here. Yeah. So probably c4, trade it, take on f5, c4, and get the two bishop advantage.
Yeah, I mean, I would say b3 looks very logical to me. First of all, you're restraining the knight on b6. Your pawn's well placed opposite that knight. But second of all, basically, it seems like one of the main points of knight b6 is to prevent c4. Right. And b3 might be able to play c4 anyway. Like even after bishop f5, Magnus could have played c4 if he wanted to. It doesn't lose the pawn because of queen a4.
Right. That's a very nice trick. But by the way, I think, David, we have to also explain why Magnus is even willing to play knight h4. So what is the big deal about knight h4, right? Because let's say white ignores it. White doesn't play knight h4. And white plays whatever. He plays bishop b2, right? Because we have Ianketo there. Let's say
h6 or e6? E6?
Yeah, maybe it doesn't matter. e6, bishop g2. Black secures the bishop with h6 so that it can escape to h7, short castle, knight f6, c4, and let's say c6. So in a nutshell, this is a dream position for black, because he has gotten out a light square bishop on f5. The knight on b6 doesn't do much. It's going to go back to d7. Think about moves like bishop d6, knight e4, short castle. It's an easy game. So that's why black is fighting against the light square bishop. That's why white is playing knight h4. That's why Van Gogh is looking for the right order of the moves, how to get the light square bishop out and secure it. And that's why after knight h4, he's now comparing the bishop g4, bishop h5 ideas. He knows the idea of knight g2. There's no way he doesn't know that. I don't believe that. So he's thinking about e6.
He chose e6. Right? He chose e6, yeah.
Yeah, he played e6. Yeah.
Yeah. And before we get into that, I just want to say that, it's very interesting, this position Arturs is showing us, basically saying that even if white achieves the c4 move, it's not necessarily a big problem for black because the bishop's well secured. There's room for all the black pieces, and d5 is really strong. So yes, you've managed to achieve c4 for white, but that's like a bare minimum in the opening. And here it hasn't put any real pressure on black on d5. And so the bishop's developed comfortably. So this position, you would say, is not good enough from a professional standpoint for white.
I don't know. I mean, probably it is good position for white, but is it good position to beat 2700? So I think that in order to beat a 2700 level player or one of the elites, you need to get something real out of the opening, go into weird positions, surprise your opponents, and because you cannot just outplay them usually with the brute force in a very quiet middle game. Otherwise, I mean, you need to be Magnus Carlsen to do that, right? I mean, he's the only one who can do that. I mean, you enter an equal end game and you outplay your opponents.
Yeah.
But this is Magnus's game, right?
So Wang Hao played e6 and Magnus traded on f5. And now black's idea is to control the light squares with the pawns and with the knights being on dark squares. So knight f6, c6, g6 as needed, etc. And what white needs to do, I think, is open diagonals for the light squared bishop.
Yeah, queen d3 is very common. I was about to suggest that a white's common idea is to play f3, e4, to break a breakthrough in the center, to open the bishops. The only thing, what I don't know, what is the right order of the moves.
Okay.
So maybe that what Magnus is thinking, queen d3 is pretty smart. He's attacking the pawn in the 5 at the tempo. So think about moves like g6 and f3. f3, knight c3. I don't know where the dark square bishop goes. Probably to b2. Long castle e4. If white gets this, black is in trouble. And I know I predicted that this is going to be a draw, but I was inspired by their previous games, because in classical games, Magnus Carlsen against Van Hao have played how many games is it? 7 games. Carlsen has won 3 games, lost 2 games, and actually the last game that Magnus won, it was a long time ago. And it's quite interesting that Van Hao beat with black Magnus Carlsen in the very first edition of Norway Chess, but it was 9 years ago.
Okay. Well, I think, like, compared to a lot of other top players, that score for Wang Hao is pretty decent against Magnus. You said he's only lost 1 more game than he's won, right? That's pretty good.
I would imagine. Yeah.
Yeah. He's played g6 here, as I was predicting, just defending the pawn, preparing to play bishop g7. If white tries to play e4 too quickly, white will also need to keep d4 defended.
So if I'm playing here with white, I'm Magnus, right? I'm thinking about what's the right order of moves. So do I play knight c3, bishop b2? Do I play f3, knight e2, bishop b2? What's the right order of the moves? So it's like trying to build together a puzzle, right? So you know the pieces, but you try to find the right order of the moves. You know the picture. You know the picture is going to be to make a breakthrough in the center. But what's the right way? So I don't know. I guess something more logical, which leaves more options, because f3 is very straightforward. It's like shows black what white is going to play. Maybe I would. Okay, so Magnus plays bishop g2. I would say knight c3, but bishop g2 maybe keeps all the options open.
Yeah, I mean, bishop g2 takes away all other options, right? Now, I mean, your bishop's going to be terrible on g2 unless you play e4.
Right.
So you just be completely locked in. So he played bishop g2. This could go a lot of ways. He could play c4. He could play f3, e4. He could maneuver. He could play h3, g4. I don't know if that might not be another plan to sort of chip away at the light squares from the side. And he could probably maneuver for a long time before going for any of those pawn breaks. I've seen Magnus sometimes put off the moves that you would expect to be played for 10, 20 moves, like for a really long time. He maintains the tension and waits. So.
Right. So it's going to be a classical struggle between two bishops against two knights. So, okay, black technically has one bishop, but the position is pretty closed, and Wang Hao would like to keep it closed. So maybe we check another game, right, David?
Yeah, absolutely. This one definitely promises to have an interesting middle game. I mean, this pawn structure with e takes f5, you see it now and then, but not the most common.
Right. So which game do you want to check next? Already you selected, I see.
Yeah, I thought maybe to ask you your opinion about this one here, which has a related pawn structure actually to the game we're just coming from, right? A knight has traded for a bishop on f4 here. And so this would be like the Wang Hao and Magnus pawn structure if the c pawns.
Yeah, so maybe we'll go back to the moment when Topalov played knight h5. Yeah, this is directly the resemblance, indeed, like you said, of Magnus's game. So black tries to trade the annoying Doxua bishop on f4. Otherwise, if black doesn't do that, with knight b to d2, what wants to play e4. Again, grab space, grab center. So knight h5 is like an invitation for white to retreat bishop e3. And if you play something like bishop e3, well, then you cannot make a break on the center. So Topalov was perfectly happy to part ways with the bishop.
I think also in these positions after bishop e3, black sometimes plays f5 and g5, right?
Yep.
I mean, they're not just sitting around, but sometimes they play these moves here. Maybe they need a bishop on b7 first.
I'm not sure, though, how does it feel together with the pawn on b6? Because with the pawn on b7, yeah, sure.
But with the pawn on b7, yeah.
But the pawn on b6, there might be c takes on d5, and you are obliged to recapture the c pawn, which is not what black normally wants. Yeah, so maybe that was one of the reasons why Anish decided to play e3. And the position is pretty closed. Actually, here I would like to pinpoint this very interesting moment that when Anish took on d5, after knight f4, e takes on d4, bishop b7, c takes on d5, it's a bit paradoxical because Anish opens the position to keep it closed. So what does it mean? It means that Anish is well aware that his opponent has two bishops, and if he's not going to take on d5, then his opponent might push c5 himself, eventually opening both bishops. So by opening the position, Anish keeps it closed. So I'm not sure what he had prepared against e takes on d5, maybe some sort of knight e5, and the bishop on b7 is feeling weird, right? And the knight on e5 is not so easy to get rid of. So this must have been the idea. So Topalov played c takes on d5. I think his intentions is just play solid chess today. Yeah,
it's a good point. I mean, I would guess that if it were black's move in this position instead of white's, and black played the move c5 that you mentioned, I would guess that black would already have a very nice position. I mean, I would rather be black. Just that one move, ensuring that the whole center gets traded off like that. I would already slightly prefer black, but cd5, opening it to keep it closed. I'm going to remember that. Opening to keep it closed.
I just invented it, really. So.
Oh, and I had a question. I thought some people might wonder about this. After e3, the bishop has no retreat anymore.
That is actually a very good point. I thought about it for 1 second. What if black plays something like h6? Yeah, h6, g5, or even g5 right away. By the way, we can check it. Yeah, by the way, g5 right away.
Right, g5 right away. And,
I was thinking there's going to be some sacrifices on c takes on d5. No? So c takes on d5, g takes
So the
on d4.
bishop's looking for an escape on c7. If black takes back like this, the bishop can escape to c7, and then queen c6 comes in. And white can support that bishop forever on c7. So if we take on d5, the g5 move sort of commits black to claiming that they're going to take this bishop. And then white takes on c6.
I'm not sure what the engine says, though, by the way, because we're not using any engines here. I have no idea. I mean, it looks logical. And what do you play here? Knight f6?
I mean, I think the knight has to go to f6 if we want to try and be ahead a piece for black. And then maybe just take another pawn.
3 pawns
for white.
Position.
And that's 1, 2, 3 pawns. And the one on c6 is particularly problematic for black. I mean, I just wouldn't want this position if I were black.
Well, neither did Veselin. So he didn't go here. That was his chance, try to complicate the position.
Yeah. But it bears mentioning because, folks, I mean, you do want to be careful about a bishop that can't retreat like this. And if you were in chat wondering what about g5 or what about h6 g5 or what about f6 g5, I mean, that was a very, very good question. You wouldn't want to copy this way of playing the Catalan without understanding why black can or can't trap your bishop.
Right.
Okay. So with that said, we get rook to the c file, rook to the c file, queen to a4, a6, and I'm just putting out some more moves on the board here. But what do you think of this position? Do you think that white has an advantage or disadvantage here?
I think white has nothing at all, because this looks to me some sort of a position from the Slav, the exchange Slav, c takes on d5, c takes on d5. And this is one of the common plans for black to expand at the queen side. So think about moves like next, if black, of course, is allowed to do that, knight b6, knight c4, maybe queen a5, maybe even Petrosian's rook c4, you know, when you get very creative. But I'm not sure what white's supposed to do here. Maybe, I don't know, go for a timed f5. Because if I play at the queen side with a4, what black is going to do? Probably something like queen b6, right? Or even b4 might be a move, b4. And then white plays a5 and, wait, a5 drops a pawn. Rook c1 takes queen a5, right? So maybe that is not even a move. So even b4 could be a move. And I don't know. I don't know what white wants to do here. Maybe I was thinking about something like queen d3, going with the f5 push. Queen d3, f5, and no, d3, queen d3.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, queen d3, and I want to push f5 to sort of create some weaknesses, because if I force black to take on f5, queen f5, I have some, I don't know, some ideas. And if black responds with something like g6, I might reroute my knight from d2 with moves like, I don't know, a3, b4, knight b3, knight c5. So that's the best I can think of.
Yeah.
But how serious is this? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I find that stuff very mild. Like, as far as if I put myself in black's shoes, I'm not particularly scared. I feel like black's got the resources to deal with all that. I mean, the most natural moves for black would be knight b6 or knight f6 right there. With knight f6, you could plop the knight on e4. With knight b6, you could plop it on c4. And against f5, you could probably trade, play queen d7. And I mean, I don't know.
Maybe f5 is even a ridiculous idea, but I'm just looking for some kind of a target, right? And it kind of doesn't make sense, because white has 2 knights, but I still need some targets. So maybe there's the target on c5, so I could try to get the knight on c5, but it's easier said than done.
Right. I mean, the only real thing I see in this position that's in white's favor, the only thing I like about white's position is the b7 bishop. Like, if I were on my own without a grandmaster to help me, right, and I'm just looking at this position, the only thing I like about white's position is that black's bishop on b7 looks not good for now. but I don't know how to make a game plan out of that.
Right. I guess white is going to rely on his 2 knights somehow. The queen on b3, unless white doesn't want to push a4, probably will have to be relocated. So to avoid the ideas of queen d3, oh wait, maybe queen d3, h4, knight g5, and black just plays g6. Yeah, so it's nothing. So it's nothing.
Yeah. The reason Arturs doesn't mind playing g6, the reason he completely immediately says, whatever, it's nothing. He's saying queen to d3 and h4 and knight g5. He says it's nothing because he doesn't mind putting pawns on light squares when he's got the only dark squared bishop. Normally, it's a little bit of an achievement in chess to get your opponent to move pawns in front of their king. So some people watching might not understand why you don't care about playing g6. So I think it's because it's a fine pawn structure for black with the only dark squared bishop to fill in the gaps.
I think black is going to play g6 anyway. That's why if we invest so much time, queen d3, h4, knight g5, black is simply going to play whatever he wants to play anyway. So
okay,
I mean, black needs to push probably at some point the pawns at the king side, right? h6 might create some problems, although I'm not sure really what kind of problems. So I would definitely go for g6.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe actually continue my thought. h6, I was thinking if I get to play queen d3, push f5, take on f5, play bishop f1, bishop d3, you have to push another pawn.
Yeah.
So I had an idea, although it's not a very good one.
Yeah, I mean, it's a reasonable idea. I still feel like black's just got so many resources, so much time. I feel, yeah, my sense of danger is completely missing for black right now in this position. So I think Veslin should be pretty comfortable.
Yeah, he's doing well.
Maybe Anish should play your very first idea of a4.
Rook takes on c8. Oh, what's that? And if I play with a queen takes on c8, naturally I take over the c file. Maybe Anish's idea is to play queen d1, trade the other rook, put the knight on b3, put the knight on d3, and play a 100 move game. Maybe that's his plan.
Yeah. He might also just be slowing down the black queen from getting to b6, since that's a good square for the queen.
Yeah, that might be also the case, yeah.
Just slowing that down a little bit. Maybe he'll still play a4, maybe a4, a5 here, because the pawn on a5 won't be hanging like in that other variation, right? Like against a4, which he's just played. Previously, we thought of queen b6 or b4 as moves for black. Now there's no queen b6, and against b4, he does have the possibility of a5 now.
What if I now play b4? I'm not sure, by the way, if I have to keep the position closed, by the way. I didn't say that. I could even play bishop c6.
Yeah.
Activate this bad bishop.
Yeah. No, that move makes a lot of sense. The only thing is it will be in the range of like 95.
And then we take it.
So like rook c1 first, if we could. No, I don't know.
Rook c1, I think I can just take on a4.
Yeah,
if I'm not losing immediately, I think black is doing great.
Yeah. So I can't do that. And if I trade on b5, bishop takes b5 would be great.
Maybe Anish's idea is allow the trade of the supposedly bad light square bishop for black, but create a weakness at the queen side. So let's say a takes on b5, bishop b5, and bishop f1. Because his own bishop on g2 is not really a genius, right?
Yeah.
It's also staring at the knight on f3. So why not trade it? And white might create some kind of a target at the queen side. Is it enough? Probably no. It shouldn't be enough.
Yeah, but here there's something to worry about for a moment for black. Do we want a pawn on b5 or a6, and how are we going to cover it? You know, and if I play like queen b7, then I could play this mistake here of queen b5, which looks like I'm creating problems for myself if I let white play rook a7.
Right.
But maybe if I play the same variation, but with a takes b5, I'm solid enough for black here.
I mean, there's no way black is ever having real issues. Maybe white is aiming for a position where he has the knight against the bishop, against maybe even a good bishop, but the knight has a lot of maneuverability. So in the long term, Anish has some chances, maybe in time trouble, maybe in 150th move, But normally, I think he also knows that there's nothing real.
Yeah, well, at least rook c8 followed by a4, it made sense. He's asking some questions of black. He avoided queen b6. He avoided knight b6 for the moment. So yeah, it makes sense, but I'm not too concerned for Veselin so far. Let's go through all our other positions and see what things are looking like. So
all right. Do you have a favorite?
Let's see. Wesley So versus Taimur. So
looks
far,
boring okay. Italian, right?
Yeah, normal Italian for now. We could get into it in detail. I'm gonna do like the 5-second click through just so I know what's happening everywhere. With Anand and Maxime, black has not played d5 or b5 yet, so they still are in the bind territory. Mamedyarov and Tari have traded queens. White has sacrificed a pawn to get this endgame with the bishop pair. So if pawns were equal, then of course white would have a great position, but white is down a pawn in an endgame.
So Shahryar really tried to get rid of this pawn on c3 and he succeeded.
he forced Tari to eat it.
So Tari said, no, I'm not going to take the pawn on c3. And Mamedyarov says, yes, you are. I'm going to play rook b5.
Rook b5.
Like on c3. And he did.
Yeah. I mean, he could have also played queen c4. Made him work for it. But he finally took it, retreated. And now I imagine the plan is a5 for white. But that's pretty interesting, seeing somebody choose to go into a pawn down endgame. That's an advanced concept.
So we stick to this game?
We could, but let's also see if there's any progress on Carlsen and Wang Hao. But then this would be the game I would think to come back to for a little bit.
All right.
More of an examination. So Carlsen and Wang Hao played knight f6, castles on the king side, and bishop e7. I sort of thought that bishop was going to be on g7 this game. So small surprise for me. But basically, Magnus hasn't revealed his plans yet, has he?
Right. And I think Wang Hao played bishop e7 because he had to deal with two threats at the same time. Because if he puts the bishop on g7, there's going to be bishop a3. And then literally he has to go back, bishop f8. And after bishop b2, maybe it's like losing a tempo. So he played bishop e7. He says, I literally don't care about your threat of bishop h6 because I can always play something like, I don't know, knight g4. And the bishop has to go away.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. The bishop can either way try to stop you from castling. But it looks like white won't actually be able to prevent castling. So we won't get anything too weird there. So let's check out this pawn down endgame.
All right.
And see what we think of their decision to go into it. I mean,
so we left it after queen c5, right? So this is the game when nobody wants to take the pawn on c3. I mean, okay, not nobody. I mean, Aryan doesn't care about the pawn on c3, and neither does Shahryar.
Yeah.
So rook b1, white insists to take on c3. Aryan still doesn't want to do that. Shahryar insists to take it. Now, finally, Aryan takes it. But this endgame, I think it's going to be extremely interesting because, indeed, white is down a pawn. But when we look closer to the elements of the position, we see that white has a very powerful knight on d4, which is a beautiful blockade. And white has the dark square bishop, which controls many important dark squares. In the meantime, the black knight on f6 might be pretty useless piece pretty soon because I think white wants to play moves like at some point f3, maybe g4, h4, expand at the king side. And I like Mamedyarow's position, except the fact that the pawn is missing.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, on the other hand, Black's position doesn't look so terrible. It doesn't look like a position that I mean, it doesn't look that bad that you should be up a pawn. Honestly, like I would prefer white, but with even pawns, I wouldn't think white was winning. So with the whole extra pawn, you'd think that Black would have some way to be okay. I mean, one way to try and do something with the f6 knight would be to play knight c5 and then put the f6 knight on e4 if you want.
Yeah, but before that, we need to solve the problem of the bishop on d7. So it has to be relocated somewhere. So let's say I'm a Mamedyarov here, right? So I try to grab space, and I would imagine that just pushing forward the a pawn at the queen side, it's not going to be enough. And he does push a5. Yeah. So what I wanted to say is that I was thinking about f3, let's say, instead of a5, right? So I'm not sure how good is this, but let's say I play f3, knight c5, remove somewhere the rook. I guess, yeah, rook b4.
Do you want to defend the a pawn, or do we not need to?
I think we care about the pawn on a4, although there is a5. Yeah, by the way, there's a5.
Right.
a5, rook b6, and knight a4.
Forcing that. Yeah,
but my brilliant point, which is probably ridiculous, is that I thought that there's going to be this king side expansion, g4, h4, h5. And maybe it still is Mamedyarov's idea, but he first secures that he's not going to lose another pawn, because I'm pretty sure he cares about the second pawn, even if he doesn't care about the first pawn. And then with an aggressive pawn push at the king side, which is backed by two bishops, he wants to get something out of this.
Right. I was basically like, here's my problem with seeing a path to a win for white. With this isolated a pawn versus this 1-on-2, I was kind of thinking he would play a5. And I could imagine him using his bishop pair and his active rooks to, maybe win these two pawns here. So let's say dream scenario, he trades his a pawn for Black's a, b, and d pawns.
Yeah, that's a nightmare for Black then.
Seems like a pretty good scenario for white, but is that enough to then win on only one side of the board with one extra pawn?
It depends how many pieces you attach, right? If it's just a rook endgame, probably it's a draw. If he add, let's say, bishops, it's something else. If he add knights, it's something else, right? So it's an extra pawn.
Okay.
But I think it's a dream scenario for the moment for Mamedyarov, because he is down a pawn. And now a big question, of course, is what Aryan is going to do, because the pawn on b6 is under attack. b5 seems to be impossible. Maybe, I think Aryan is afraid a bit to enter a position when, let's say, Mamedyarov, due to his piece activity, wins back the pawn on the queen side, wins back the pawn on a7, and he enters the supposedly material equal position with a isolated pawn on d5 and the knight on d4. That is a nightmare for Black. So he wants probably to trade some pieces. Yeah. How do you trade them?
I would be terrified to play the move b5 you suggest and leave white's a pawn on the board. If I were Black, my defensive frame of mind, I would really, really, really want the a pawn to get traded.
So let's take it. Let's take an a5.
Very scared to leave white with that pawn. So.
Oh, by the way, the pawn is not even under attack, because let's say we make some random move. Let's say, what kind of move we could make? Rook fc8, right? It's a normal random active move. And if you take it, you take on a8, take on b6. There's some sort of a tactical trick which doesn't work. Okay, it doesn't work because we also have back rank issues. Yeah. I noticed that.
They get back rank mated together. So,
but what is a bit faster?
So sweet. Okay, so white might be threatening to take that b6 pawn. That does mean a move like, h6 or something would defend b6.
h6 makes sense. So for example, h6, you take on b6, and now rook a to b1 to keep more pieces on the board. So I think black is still doing okay. Something like, again, the same rook after c. Oh, wait. I want to trade rooks.
I'm wondering if I can't hunt down this bishop because of knight d2 here.
Oh.
But
like
I guess
G5.
the bishop will tuck on c1.
It's a very responsible move, though. Huh. I don't know. I mean, black feels okay. Let's say I play something like rook a4.
I'll just go for knight. I'll just go for knight c3 instead. So if you take on b6, I play knight c3. Actually, it doesn't do anything. Okay, you tell us what to do.
Let's say rook a4. I tried to play an active move. I mean,
Nice.
I attack the knight on d4, right?
Sure.
So where do you go?
Not pawn e3, folks. I won't go for that.
That's the big idea.
If I go bishop e5, you play rook e8, maybe?
Or even knight g4. Some ideas.
Or even here and here, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that was annoying of you, Arturs. That was annoying.
So this might be one of the ways how Arjen could play it, but what's the alternative, really? I mean, I get the impression that maybe he cannot even keep the pawn alive. Because let's say if he doesn't do that, and after a5, if he takes it, if he takes an a5, he has difficulties to activate the rook on a8, because here he has only one file for the rook, which is the c file. Compared with the pawn on b6, he has the c file and he has the a file. So I guess there should be some minor little difference. And the pawn on b6 actually feels a bit closer to the queens. I don't know. Right. So the bishop on f4 is targeting the b8 squares. So maybe this is also playable. And now black plays something like rook fc8. This is going to be a very interesting game, because I have a feeling that white has a full compensation for the pawn. So black will have some annoying practical decisions to make. Yeah.
And I think in this position that we calculated that white could take the pawn here if they want to, right? That was our calculation on this rook c8 option, that white could actually trade on b6, trade on a8, and take on b6 if they want to recover their pawn right now. The other thing that's maybe noticeable about this game is that Tari is down more than 30 minutes on the clock, which gives a little bit of a sense of maybe suffering for him.
Right. We didn't really discuss what are we going to do if we win a prize, by the way, David. Do we share?
Which prize? The prize for guessing the results?
You entered the guessing contest, right?
Oh, that'll go to our producer.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm on his account here. So if we win a prize, it's all his.
That's a shame. All right.
Yeah.
A5, big decision for Arjen. How much time does he have? He is pretty low on the time, right?
Yeah.
Quite unpleasant position, although he has a pawn. I think we have to move on. So I would say that he probably is going to keep the pawn on b6, unless Mamedyarov's idea is to play a6, which I highly doubt. So I don't think he wants to close the queen side.
Like this?
Yeah, I think it's too much, right? It's too much.
Yeah, I mean, because black's got knight c5. Basically, the whole queen side is kind of locked up, and the white rooks can't get into the game much either to add pressure. I would be surprised by that. Yeah.
So definitely he played a5 to create a weakness, either on b6 or on a7. He wants to win back the pawn, then rely on the power of the knight on d4 and the bishop on d4. And Arjen knows all of this. Of course, is the question what he's supposed to do about it. Okay.
Yeah.
So maybe we do go to that Italian game. How is your relationship, David, with the Italian game? I love it. Sometimes I hate it.
I'm terrible with it.
Terrible.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I never learned how to play the D3 Italian games or the Ruy Lopez. both of them just absolutely terrible. Whether the position's good or bad for me, I always lose the game. That's the problem with these structures. And you could trade either side of it for me, right? Like you could give me white or black. You take any position, you say, this is a classic advantage for white. Give me the white side, I'll lose. Or this is a good position for black. White's totally messed it up. Give me the black side, I'll lose it as well.
Probably it's not so bad.
It's really almost that bad, Arturs. I don't know what I'm doing. I know what some of the good positions look like that you're trying to set up. Like I know, I know like, is the C pawn versus the knight, good or bad here? Did we find the right square? Is our piece getting to F5 or D5? In theory, in words, I know some of these things, but in practice, when I'm moving my pieces, I always reach some kind of point where I can't find any more moves. And then my opponent does continue to find ways to improve their position.
Right. All right. Doesn't sound very optimistic.
No, it's a very sore spot for me.
All right, so let's maybe go through them. And we left it, I think it was the 9th move, something like this, knight b to d2. Yeah. After the opening, bishop e6. This is the modern trend. Black wants to allow the trade on e6 because white cannot get the typical space advantage at the queen side, b4 and a4. Remember, we talked about this. That's why black plays a5 to keep the bishop on c5, and black is not playing the traditional a6 and bishop a7. So bishop b5 is like almost automatic response, because one of white's most common ideas is threaten at least to take on c6 and push d4, create a pawn center with some king side attack perspectives. Knight d7, I don't know this move, to be honest. I tell you honestly, I don't know this move because I think recently almost everybody plays queen b8. So queen b8, definitely there's been some developments, I imagine. So this is normal, David. That is normal. This is how they play. And after queen b8, you're going to love what's coming next. There is knight f1. Yeah. Queen a7. Bishop c6. Oh, sorry. I think I misplayed it. No, I should have taken on. No, now d4. Yeah, now d4. d4, e takes. Bishop c6, d takes. And there's quite a famous game of Kirill Alexeyenko against Dingleran. FIDE World Cup 2019, I think. So I think it all started with this game, maybe even before. And the bottom line is it's sort of okay for black, but the game can get very sharp. Mm-hmm. So white has a choice either to play this entire system with d4 or play something positional instead of pushing d4, going for these complications and play something like bishop e3, which is what I recently, by the way, played. I instantly regretted because it's so boring. Yeah. Okay. And, so queen b8 is the move anyway, right? So knight e7, this is something new. This is something fresh. And I'm pretty sure this move exists, but it's just for some reason I have not seen it. Definitely there's many games. I imagine the dear chat and viewers who are going to watch this. Hey, listen, Mamidjaro played like 3 times in last year alone, right? I don't know this move. I don't know this move. So I guess the idea is to push f5 or something. So knight f1.
Yeah, I suppose if white did nothing about it, black could simply play f5.
Yeah, but now instead he played d5. So okay.
White played knight f1.
Yeah.
d5.
Knight f1, d5. Bishop e3. D takes. Queen 7.
Retreating the knight from f6 in order to play d5 is so weird. But
that is weird.
I suppose in this position, if you play d5 for black before knight d7, white could trade on c6 and take your e-pawn?
That must be the idea.
And they're threatening knight c6 and they're threatening d4, blocking out your bishop.
Although sometimes black sacrifices voluntarily the pawn and makes the facial expression that he's happy about it.
Yeah.
But probably not here.
Yeah. So that's why black, I think, can't play d5 yet. So knight d7 is played, knight f1, and here black played d5. I wonder about f5 as well.
But there's d4. I think probably something d4 related. I would imagine the tactics for some reason don't
The
work.
queen's on here now. Yeah. Yeah, d4 right away.
Or even takes on
f takes e4. It's messy. They would have had to analyze this.
Let's just say it's complicated.
Yeah. Good enough.
Just say it's complicated. We don't want to
so
go
f5
there.
is complicated. If you're rated over 2,700 and you want to play this position in tournaments, make sure to computer check f5.
Right.
And Timur played d5 here. Bishop e3. The move which you called boring in the other position.
Yeah, but I mean, this bishop on c5 needs to be traded. It's too strong, right? So bishop e3 makes perfect sense. And I'm actually, the knight on d7, he's perfectly placed because it protects the bishop on c5, right?
So black doesn't have to lose the tension here. Black would not want to trade because knight e3 is really pleasant for white.
Yeah, this feels like a waste of time for black because the knight on e3 is exactly where white wants to position it. So d takes, queen e7, a couple of more boring moves. Rook d8, rook d1, and now finally some action a4. So this is quite typical, by the way. Black tries to get space advantage at the queen side, and please, I would like to pay attention to the move, for example, that white had already a couple of moves, the possibility to take on c6. This is not always good because it's like, oh, I double the pawns for black, right? It should be great. But you look at the position, and after bishop takes on c6, b takes, you see that black is left with this monster on e6 and very powerful pressure on the a2g diagonal. So probably that's why if Wesley is thinking about something, it's probably to deal with this monster and play something like bishop c4. Exactly.
In this kind of position, also the pawn on a4 seems really well placed for black because it's giving black, pressure on the b file as well as on that bishop's diagonal, and white can't really counter it. If the black pawn were back on a7, then you could play some position with your pawn on b3 or b4 for white and mitigate black's counterplay.
Right.
Okay, so he played queen c2. And this is where I would be totally unsure how to evaluate this as black, right? Like, I've seen the idea of playing a4 to gain space, but on queen c2 attacking your pawn, what are you going to do? How do you evaluate what Timur chose to do, which is a3, letting white play b4 and start taking away squares as well? Now, I don't know if the a3 pawn is good or bad.
I think Timur already made up his mind when he played a4, because he clearly has to evaluate the consequences that the pawn on a4 might become a target, and if he pushes the pawn so far as a4, there is a good chance that he's going to push it to a3. And now, for example, after queen c2, a3, b4, bishop d6, this is the position. Yeah, that's actually a very good question. Is the pawn on a3 a strength or is it a weakness? I guess it really depends on the piece activity. And if you look at white's pieces, I start to like this bishop on e3. So actually lost black's move, bishop d6. It feels a bit weird because now the bishop on e3 is a monster. Right,
so we could have traded it, but instead we retreat, and now you feel like the piece we didn't trade is better than the piece we kept.
That's my first impression. I mean, definitely there's more than meets the eye, but now I'm thinking about ideas like knight f1 to d2, because knight f1 is not doing much, and trade a bishop on b5 to c4 to gain access to the b3 c4 squares, and try to deliver attacking pieces to the pawn on a3 with moves like queen b3 and knight c4. That would be my thought process, but probably there's a deeper idea.
Yeah, so you're thinking white might be able to isolate this pawn. I mean, there may be some dangers in bishop takes e3, and that might be the reason it wasn't played. Maybe there's some danger in just how to immediately meet the threat of knight to d5, if it's a threat. And if you played knight b6, which is like a simple looking positional move to fight for the d5 square, do we maybe drop the e5 pawn? right?
Yeah.
Is what black has to be anticipating with that trade, is just how the timing works with white's knight e3 move coming in. I'm finding it a little bit annoying for black that we're struggling to defend the e5 pawn in a lot of these lines.
Either way, the game is heating up. I think this is actually good news for both of the players, also for the spectators, because I think Italian games very often are boring, but it really depends on the players. And if both players want to play, it can get exciting very quick.
Yeah, I think that when I play the Italian game, my feeling early on in the opening is like, oh, it's kind of a little bit boring. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. But no matter what, something always eventually happens, right? It's not like an exchange Slav where they play bishop f4, bishop f5, bishop d3, bishop d6, trade all 4 bishops off the board. And you know that no matter what you do, nothing will happen, right? Like it doesn't matter what moves you play. It will still be equal. In the Italian, it feels like it really matters, but I'm confused and I don't know what I'm supposed to do. And eventually something always crops up for my opponent, something really exciting. And they end up having a good time. We've got a really good question from the chat, Arturs. So Dream of Mirrors is asking us, are there any direct attacking ideas here for white or for black?
Well, normally the knight on f1 goes to g3, and with the bishop on e3, knight on f3, knight on g3, sometimes white has some funny ideas of sacrifice on h6, maybe queen d2, queen c1, bishop takes on h6. But given the circumstances, what is happening at the queen side, and the position is pretty open, there's a pawn on a3. I think Wesley's attention is going to switch towards the queen side. I don't think he's going to go for this king side attack. From the black's perspective, I'm not sure what kind of attack he can even think of, because white has more minor pieces at the king side. I guess black should be focused on the queen side.
Okay. So right now the focus is on the queen side. There's this a3 pawn that I've had highlighted in red for a while here. And this big question, is it strong? Is it weak? Is white going to be able to attack it? Is black going to have enough space there? And so that is somehow in a more open area of the board, a more critical thing than any possible attacks on the king side right now.
Let's try to move it. For example, this knight on f1 doesn't do much, right? So let's try to play knight f1 to d2. So probably the idea is to play bishop c4, queen b3. So what are you going to respond? Actually, that sounded weird. So what are you going to respond?
Yeah. My first move that I'll try will be knight b6. Just preventing the move you want to play. And for now, this bishop on d6, the passive bishop is defending the pawn that I've been struggling with on e5. And I give you a big question. Do you want to give away your monster bishop to ruin my structure?
Maybe I'm going to give away my monster bishop to make your ex-monster bishop even worse. What about that? So I'm going to take on b6. If that's even an idea, and play bishop c4. Can I do that? So
yes.
Next move is queen b3. So what do? I have a very simple plan. Take care of the pawn on h3. Queen b3 is almost the next move automatically. So let's imagine you play something like bishop c4, which is naturally not a very good move, but I guess we have to show the move. Bishop c4, knight c4, bishop c7. And I have a feeling white dominates the light squares. Think about moves like knight e3. Knight e3, knight e5. Wonderful control of the d5 square.
Now you can hurt black from multiple angles. I mean, you could complete your queen b3 plan, right? I mean, the a pawn's in bad shape.
Yeah, maybe queen b3 even, actually, indeed, yeah.
That was the original plan, but maybe now, I mean, just put this knight on d5 and the the a pawn will eventually die without any effort. Okay, here's my thought. If I'm black and I've played c takes b6, my only real hope here is rook to c8, where I've got an open file.
Nothing changes.
What's that?
Queen b3. I play queen b3 anyway.
You play queen b3. You don't care. Yeah. Okay. Does not
I think
care.
For black, it's going to be quite difficult to make moves because white's plan suddenly is very easy. So b5, and if I take on
B5.
e6, you're gonna suffer, David.
Every time I've got the Italian game, I'm suffering. I know that, Arturs. Every time.
Take, and after queen e6, take it. And now I need a very deep move. I'm thinking maybe knight c4 is too much, right? Maybe it's too much. Maybe it complicates matters too much. Knight c4, bishop b4, knight b6. So what is that? Probably not very good.
Knight c4, bishop c7.
Then I get to play knight e6, and I.
Oh, okay. That's
also to your weaknesses. We get to know each other in person.
That's true. By the way, your move knight d2 has just been played by Wesley So after deep consideration. So
I approve.
They've headed one move down this 10-move variation here. Knight c4. Yeah, that looks pretty annoying. I think that might be the right idea.
But I don't know about bishop b4. I'll tell you honestly, this might be a good sacrifice. Bishop
and then just taking on c3. And I don't.
b4. You know, maybe this is too much. Maybe this is too much. So maybe there's something more positional like, I don't know. Rook b1, rook b3, knight b1.
Knight b1. I was looking to play knight b1, but I thought of rook a c1. But yeah, your rook to b3 makes more sense. The rook can also cover the c3 point. We're going to overprotect c3 and then somehow win for white.
This is strategically a very risky position for black.
Knight e1 to c2 as well. Folks, if you will, try to imagine the moves that this series of arrows indicates. The white rook goes to b3. The knight on d2 goes to b1. So now c3, our biggest weakness, is super defended. And now if black somehow defends the a pawn, you could play knight e1 to c2. And that is what's called schematic thinking.
We need to give a name to that structure, really. I don't know what it is.
And one of the chapters in Shereshevsky's endgame strategy book is called schematic thinking. And he basically says, instead of calculating a series of moves in the endgame, you often ask yourself, where would I like to put my pieces? And you sort of imagine like a picture of it, and then you find the route to get there.
Indeed. So I can't help but feel that, okay, I'm not sure about bishop b6, but probably knight b6 is not very good, because this gives white this opportunity to enter this position, and I think black will suffer. So if not knight b6, what else? What else?
Not knight b6, what else? So this is the question that Timur is asking himself right now. So Wesley and Arturs would like to play bishop c4 next for white, then queen b3, fight for the light squares, and perhaps tie up the pawn on a3.
But I already didn't like this bishop b6. I mean, it's incredibly passive move. So there was something that he didn't like it. Maybe I don't know what he was thinking. I mean, there definitely was a big idea that he's going to remove the knight, push c5. But now, let's say he removes the knight and pushes c5, right? He plays something like, what does he play? Knight b8?
There's not many squares for the knight. So
yeah, so knight b8, I play bishop c4. And the point is, if you're ever going to play c5, I'm going to play a textbook blockade b5. Yeah.
Textbook. See, I've heard of some of these moves, Arturs. Like sometimes I can see some of them coming, but if I have to play a whole game, it always goes wrong. So b5, now the black pieces cannot get through this diagonal to help the a3 pawn. White dreams of bishop c4, knight c4, and the knight is amazing in the middle of this blockade position. But knight b6 here, queen b. Oh, if queen b3, I can take it with the knight and keep the unopposed bishop. What would you do about knight b6?
I don't know. I mean, even the simple take on e6 and c4 looks great. The bishop on d6 looks worse and worse by every minute. So unless black is going to get the knight on d4 very quickly, which I don't see how do you do that. I think white's knight on d5 will make it faster.
Right. These positions have a little bit of a race to them, right? The first person to put a piece on d4 or d5. And if you can't get a knight there, just put a rook there.
Yeah.
but be sure to be the first.
But even if somebody puts the knight first on either d4, d5, the other side sometimes can ignore it. So, yeah. So I think Rajabov is in slight trouble here. That's my gut feeling. So Wesley should be in general, pretty happy with the position after the opening. So I like it. If I would get this position with simple plan to execute, I would be very happy.
Maybe the explanation for bishop d6 is not that there's some great idea for black here, but that bishop e3 was also uncomfortable. And he was choosing between two positions he didn't like. Because bishop e3, knight e3, I don't think we came up with an idea for black. Like, I tried knight b6 here, losing a pawn. That's the only variation I've got so far.
This plan. Maybe he should have continued this position. I mean, after knight b6, you take on c6, sacrifice the pawn, right? It's very easy to discard the variation because you're losing the pawn. And maybe there's something like rook d1, take on d1, and let's say bishop h3 or bishop a2. So there could be some tactical skirmishes here, right? But it's very difficult to enter a position where you have to sacrifice a pawn. So the human mind immediately shuts it out because you don't want to do that. You lose a pawn with no compensation. Probably you're looking for something more secure. And I think in general, many players, most of the players are bad decision makers when it comes to choosing between bad positions. I mean, I have a bad position, a terrible position, a position which I hate, a position which is losing, and a disgusting position. And I have to choose the lesser evil. So it's incredibly difficult to make a practical decision because everything looks sort of, not great. And psychology obviously plays a huge role in chess. So it also definitely impacts on the decision making.
In my opinion, that's one of the biggest weaknesses, if not the biggest weakness in my own game. But it might just be that it's, something that's difficult for a lot of people. But choosing between bad positions is really tough. Here I've spoiled it for black because knight d4 wins a piece.
I think queen e8 was a possibility, no? Not queen e6, but queen d8. Queen e8, yeah.
Yeah.
I see the bar hates it, so I'm not surprised.
What's that?
I see the bar hates it. Maybe knight f5. Knight f5, some tactical ideas there.
Right. I thought of playing knight f5 in this position, but I don't know if that's the end of the world for black to just retreat the bishop and, use.
I saw a check on e7. I thought it's great.
Yeah, I know. I was going to go for that too. I kept wanting to play a check on e7. That's also why after queen e6, I wanted to play knight d5, right? Super fancy tactically, but not effective. Because, one variation would be like if you have something like here, the point is rook d5 because of knight e7. But of course, it's much fancier than it is actually good because black can just queen the a pawn while I'm trying to be fancy in the center. So, yeah, okay, maybe there was something to be said for this variation with bishop a2, just because that a pawn becomes so much counterplay here. If it gets it all out of control for white, it's going to be tough.
I had a feeling that black had to go for a more dynamic approach, and this bishop b6, it just feels wrong. It's just passive. It's just not right. And maybe it's actually fine according to the engine. I'm not sure what the engine is saying. All we see is the bar, by the way, right? But for white, it's very simple. Like I said, it's knight e2, bishop c4, and Wesley is very good at these positions.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, we'll check on the world champion for a little bit, and then we can always come back and see whether Rajabov teaches us something about decision-making in bad positions, how to choose between different bad positions. Because very often when you see these positions here between 2750, 2800 players, and we look at it and say, oh God, what's suffering? And then we come back and they've drawn the game somehow, right? So I think that might be somewhere where we can learn a lot from Rajabov. So we'll see. Back to Magnus, the champion.
So most happened. We last left it was bishop e7. c4 is a very natural move, of course. White tries to grab center. c4, c6, all of this makes sense, of course. Black doesn't want to take on c4 because this would give white a center, open the bishop on g2, so c6, of course, is natural. Bishop h6, not knight g4, but bishop f8. Okay, so I was wrong. Bishop g5, bishop e7, and
so what do you think would have happened against knight g4? Like, what was there a possibility of going bishop to g7 against that move?
Maybe there's some tactical tricks like knight g4, bishop g7, rook g8, and some sort of big move like oh, you mean bishop e5? I don't know. I was thinking something like either h3 or f3.
Right.
I'm just not sure which one. Maybe none of them.
All right,
Maybe
so we'll play h3. We'll play h3. Knight f2, maybe?
Yeah, I think so. Knight f2, rook f2, rook g7. Now we simply drop this operation. It's not very good.
Done. We can't break black.
We close it. It's
the
finished.
King's bad, the rook's bad, but we can't open up the position. Black's got 12 moves in a row to fix that problem. So why wasn't it knight g4 here? Because with bishop f8, I mean, he just gained that free tempo, like you were saying with the bishop a3, b2 kind of thing. He got the tempo for free, and now he's advancing with a4, threatening a5, and Wang Hao is thinking instead of playing a5. So I assume we're going to discover later something like interesting that's not so easy about a5 for black. But before we do that, why not play knight g4 here?
Maybe it's just a general feeling, you know, that knight g4 jumps under f3, e4. Let's say I play something like bishop f4, and whatever black does next, white sort of plays faster this f3 and e4. Maybe it was like intuitive feeling. So here, knight c3, e4 is incoming next, and perhaps Wang Hao felt that it's better to have white's bishop on g5 rather than on e4, because if there's a bishop on g5 and white does push e4, there's a lot of trades and black gets to trade the docks with bishop. But on f4, maybe the c4 push is a bit more difficult to stop. You know, to be honest, I don't know.
Yeah, this is very hard to figure out. Bishop h6.
I see the bar doesn't like it. The bar says it's ridiculous. So
yeah, I mean, the bar's laughing at what we're up to, but I don't know why.
No, maybe I'm just concentrated too much and fixed on the idea of playing f3, e4. I just know this idea exists, but I don't know with the pawn on b3. I know it exists with knight on c3, f3, e4. That is the typical plan. Or, oh wait, sorry, not with the knight on c3. I think it was with the knight on d2.
Knight d2?
Okay, I don't remember. So I don't remember it. So maybe I'm just too fixed on this idea f3, e4. So what Magnus is doing also makes perfect sense.
Okay, so we don't see the answer to this question right now. So that's an open question for the moment. Why Wang Hao didn't use knight g4 to counter this tempo, but played bishop f8 and gave one tempo this way. Now Magnus has played a4, and Wang Hao is thinking, and the automatic or natural move would be a5 to secure the knight's position. The knight in turn keeps d5 solid. So what is wrong with a5 here? Is there any tactic with queen b5, bishop f6, cd5?
You know why maybe Wang Hao might be slightly hesitating to play a5? I just want to explain the thought, this structure. Let's say I play knight c3 and you play short castle. Now I might actually take on f6, bishop f6, and play c takes on d5. And now black faces an incredibly tough choice, because I mean, it's a tough choice either way. So it's an isolated pawn on d5. If you take c takes on d5, I get the beautiful outpost on b5. So remember your last move, a5, when you played it. There you go. There's the result. Yeah. And yeah, so this outpost on b5 feels incredibly powerful. e3, rook c1, queen b5. This is, I think, incredibly bad position for black, despite
this pawn looks just about dead already.
Yeah, it looks pretty dead, pretty dead. And if black doesn't do that, what's he supposed to do, right? So I think maybe that's why Wang Hao is not playing a5 right away.
And this way you can play queen b6 quickly. So you give up on this, but you attack these. No, just e3. And you can't play queen b6.
Queen d7, maybe black somehow calls it, but it's so annoying. This is torture. This is a torture, and against Magnus, you don't want to enter such a position.
Oh, queen d7. Queen d7 gives some defense, huh?
Yeah, somehow. Somehow
Okay.
black.
I've got a different suggestion then for white. I actually didn't like your queen d7 defense from white's side. I mean, in other words, it's a very good move, I think. So I'm going to try to play queen b5 immediately and sack my d pawn, because when the white bishop comes to d5, it's going to hit f7, but I'll be able to play e3 to shield my king side.
So you don't want to protect the pawn on d4.
I'm giving you the pawn on d4. I was so annoyed when you defended.
I don't know. Well, you know, David, I've always believed that you want to conquer the weaknesses, not trade them.
I know. I know. This is a last resort. This is a last resort.
Last resort.
Look, okay, so I go rook d1, right? I kick you back to g7. I take on d5. Maybe by rook and put my rook on d7. What do you think?
Yeah, it looks great. I don't argue. But black is suffering either way. The question is how to make the suffering the biggest. But you know, I think actually black here stands some chance, because even if he drops the pawn on b7, there's a certain possibility that black might build some kind of a fortress. I mean, not of course immediately, but soon. Let's say we trade queens, we trade a couple of rooks. I put my bishop on b4. I sit like this, right, and try to crash through me.
Yeah, I agree. If you can trade some pieces, you can draw this endgame, no problem. I'm planning to win in the middle game when I trade the d pawns. I'm planning to like play the opposite colored bishop middle game off of the more active bishop and off of pressuring f7. I almost don't care about b7. Like, it'll die at some point, but I'm not really focused on that. I want to win the f7 pawn and put the black king in bad pressure.
But can we go back to this moment? I don't think all of this is forced. So this a4, the question is, what can Wang Hao do here? Because I think he realizes the problem. He realized the problem. You know, actually, if we go even deeper, I have a very legit question. Why Magnus did not play immediately knight c3? Why does he need his a4 at all? So why doesn't he play knight c3 right away with the same threat to play bishop f6, c takes on d5, and create weakness? So maybe for some kind of a reason, he needs this a4. So what is it?
I mean, one thing is, in these positions, black would be able to play a6 to cover that b5 outpost, right? Let's imagine we just naively castle for black in the face of knight c3.
Okay.
And should we go ahead and trade for white?
There might be some intermezzo moves. Oh, wait, there's no intermezzo moves. I thought, no, bishop f6, you're right. Okay. But I thought d takes on c4, but this is just ridiculous, right? I just take on e7 and it's...
yeah,
it's ridiculous. So bishop f6, c takes, yeah, take on e7 and the white wins. Ignore that. I didn't say it.
Somehow white's got 2 extra pieces at the moment, so there's no sequence where black's going to catch them back.
Yeah, that's why I said ignore it.
All right, so we go cd5. So my plan here for black is knight d5. Wait, why is that my plan? Oh, because on a4 I don't want to.
Maybe that's why. And now after knight e5, c takes on d5, e3, we secure the pawn, and black can play something sort like a6. But is this really such a big difference? It still feels great for white.
I mean, it's a little difference, but I've got a little problem. I think I need to play queen d7 before a6 here, because on rook c1 with the idea of rook c5, I don't want to play rook c8 and drop my d5 pawn like this.
I think the pawn on d5 is dead anyway. There's nothing you can do about it. It's gonna go. It's gonna go.
Oh, but then I resign. I'm gonna play queen d7 and try to hold it.
No, just trade. Just trade all the heavy pieces. Trade the rooks, trade queens, or trade both rooks, and just sit and pray. I mean, there's nothing you can do.
Magnus just needs to leave one heavy piece on the board, and he can win that endgame, I think.
Yeah, Magnus.
I'm gonna play queen d7 and stop you manually for the moment.
So I play rook ac1. With the threat of rook c5.
Yep. So I have to come and trade things with you. So what I would like to do as black is force you to trade both rooks on the c file And then I know you could win the d5 pawn by putting your queen on f3 or something like that. But then at least if you've traded all the rooks and the queens, I have a hope there.
What is it?
That the pure bishop endgame might be a draw.
I wanted to hear, what kind of hope is it?
My hope is that with pure bishops, I can draw.
Oh, that's a good hope. But it's, by the way, not even guaranteed it's a draw. Imagine yourself, you trade all the heavy pieces and it's obstacle bishop endgame. Is it even a draw? Are you sure? Because all of your kingside pawns are on the light squares.
I'm not sure.
No. Me neither. Me neither. But I think
I'm also not sure that I'm losing with a heavy piece on the board, but I think it's very, very likely that black loses if there's an endgame where they lose the d5 pawn and white still has a rook or a queen. I really think very, very likely to lose.
Right. Right. Well, either way, there must have been some very deep idea why Magnus played a4. Maybe I think he wants to get a5 and all the comfort and then play the same knight c3. Van Gaal has a deep thought because he sees all of that. I mean, pretty sure he saw it even before we even had an idea. And now the question is, what can he even do about it? So this maybe this entire idea of allowing white to play bishop g5 and allowing to play, remember, not playing this knight g4. Maybe actually Van Gaal is like regretting this, that he realizes there's this knight c3, bishop f6, and c takes on d5. It's like, oh my goodness, what I'm supposed to do now.
Right. How bad a position is it for him to just randomly play d takes c4 at some point here to avoid getting saddled with that d5 pawn?
I mean, this is something he normally doesn't want to do because it gives away white center, gives two bishops, increases the power of the light square bishop on g2. Maybe, yeah, he needs to change the character of the game. Bar says, no, sir, not like that. I don't know. Maybe something like knight e4 instead of taking on c4. Maybe try to get rid of this bishop on g5. Can I do that? Can I play something like knight e4?
Oh, then you would still have a knight left to defend d5 if you needed to at some point. After this trade, you could always come back.
So it's still ugly because bishop e7, queen e7.
And also bishop h6 first.
Oh, no, I mean, white can simply switch to the same idea. There's nothing changes. So bishop e7, queen e7, we play a5, and then we take on d5.
a5,
yeah.
Knight d7.
And this position is once again suffering, but maybe it's tolerable suffering for black.
Well, I mean, we've got a knight instead of a bishop, so in some scenarios we can actually defend the pawn.
Yeah, but I think black is aiming for a position when he positions on d5 a minor piece, not the pawn, because the pawn on d5 instantly becomes a target. So c takes, I think about moves like queen b5, something like this. Maybe.
Hang on, I need to be careful on my next move here.
And white wants to play a6 at some point, right?
Okay,
create more targets.
Queen d6.
Yeah.
I'll play queen d6.
And I'll play a6.
Oh, you don't even want to take the pawn.
Oh, there's a pawn. I didn't see that.
That's why I hesitated. I was going to play queen d6 quickly. Then I realized you were attacking two of my pawns.
Okay, maybe I just take it. No? a6?
Yeah, you can take if you want. I don't know. I was going to castle.
And now run back.
To b5, right?
Queen b5. Yeah, but now black has some compensation. Some compensation due to the semi-open b file, the c file. Black is pretty active. So I think black would be very happy to go here.
Okay, good. I'm glad you say so. I was very happy with my idea to sack the pawn.
It's a great idea.
I
think he has to go knight e4. Because the alternative, a5, knight c3, allowing white to take on f6, it looks so ugly.
Yeah.
So something like knight e4 feels very natural. But then again, maybe, I mean, definitely, Magnus can play probably something even better. Maybe he's not even obliged to take on d5. maybe after this knight e4, he takes on e7, pushes a5, a6 first, and then does something. I don't know what. Knight e7, a6, b6, and something like knight c3 maybe. Is this tolerable position for black? I don't know.
It's definitely some pressure. Definitely some pressure. Man.
So the pawn on d5 is immediately under attack.
Yeah,
so
it's hard to hold this thing.
I think either way, black has to play knight d to f6, right?
If we bring this knight here, though, then we get checked on b5, right?
Or even c takes, knight b5. Oh, that is so bad. C takes, knight b5, rook fc1. The pawn on a7 is a major target. This is a knight merengue. Although the bar says it's equal. So what do I understand? Right, okay, equal. Okay, I'm not going to argue.
Black just plays rook f to c8 and the queen's covering a7. Okay. Okay, here's my thought. If knight e4 gets played, which I agree is looking increasingly like the right kind of idea for black, I'll go bishop h6. And then when you go bishop f8, then I'll come to f4.
Wow.
Yeah. Just dodging around forever.
And if I play now bishop... Oh, wait, bishop g7, you want to play 5 a6? What do you want to do, by the way? If I play bishop g7, I pretend I just entered the groundfall position.
Okay. So basically, I'm trying to keep the option to always go trade the knight on e4 when it defends the d5 square with my bishop. And now, yeah, we probably want to play a5. Unless you can take on c4, take on d4, take on a1. That's what I have to watch out for with the bishop on g7.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's trade. Now this bishop's here, let's trade.
And what happens if I sacrifice the pawn? I play knight e5. Can I sacrifice it, by the way? Knight e5, take on e4.
Sure.
And I claim a very big compensation. There should be a compensation, right? With such a monster on g7, knight e5, bishop e4, takes, queen e4, queen e7.
You take on f4, right?
No. I keep my knight on d5. I like it too much.
Okay.
Now queen d5, queen e7.
Okay.
Is it so bad? King e7. And
I hope I don't get this bishop trapped.
Think about
Remember, folks, we might lose our bishop.
No, I was thinking about moves like c5, you know, activate the bishop on g7, create a target. I don't think black is in any danger here. He looks very active. It's a typical pawn sacrifice.
Nice.
Something
all
like
right.
that.
So much for my idea.
No, it's an interesting idea because maybe Magnus will come to this. He'll realize that the initial idea of bishop e7, a5, a6, c takes is not going to give enough for him, and he might seek some complications because also we have to remember he's thinking what his opponent is thinking, and naturally he expects what Wang Hao expects, and he might just play something else. So this is like 5D chess or something.
So this is our live position still. It's just a4 played by Magnus. So it's a very, very long think here from Wang Hao, right?
Right.
Very long think after a4.
Listen, David, we're very good. We're very good. We are guessing the positions very good.
Yeah.
I see Wesley against the Rajabov is exactly what we predicted.
Okay.
We're pretty good guessers.
Knight b6 got played. Ooh.
Right.
We weren't able to make that look particularly good.
That looked ugly. And also Mamedyarov against Tari, I think it's almost exactly the same position we described.
So rook c8 takes. Yeah, we said that white could take and wouldn't lose to bishop h3 in this position because of rook b8, counter back rank checkmate. So black has to play h6 first. We suggested that h6 first might have been better than rook f to c8 as played by Kari, which ended up being sort of a dead move in this variation. And honestly, I'm pretty confident that h6 would have been better than rook f c8 back then.
With a more minor detail, maybe Mamedyarov wouldn't go for 8x and b6 and rook a8 and rook b6. He would play something else. So by playing rook fc8, actually, I think Tari literally forced Mamedyarov's hand.
Yeah. Interesting.
Right.
So then from here, he played knight c2, rook a2, knight b4, rook a1. The amazing knight on d4 has had to start a voyage because Mamedyarov has to find a way to deal with bishop h3. And I suppose he's not excited about the option of king g2, bishop h3. That's probably not thrilling him. So that's why he's trying to deal with the rook with the knight.
After king g2, indeed, the bishop on f1 looks incredibly passive, and the black knight on e4 is causing a lot of problems. So maybe he's already thinking, listen, I have nothing better here. I have to repeat the position. But I think he's going to find a way. He's going to find a way to continue.
He's just played knight c2, rook a2 one more time. So will he find another way? Now he's playing knight b4. When they start repeating this fast, that may be the end of our first game of the day. But never fear, folks. It is not one and done at Norway Chess. These two players will have to play the first Armageddon of Norway Chess 2022, starting in 20 minutes after they shake hands here. We are going to take a quick break, and don't go anywhere because the players won't. There will be more Norway Chess in just a few minutes.
We'll be back. Bye.
Chess.com's coverage of the 2022 Candidates Tournament is coming this June. Watch the world's best players, including Alireza Firouzja, Fabiano Caruana, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Hikaru Nakamura, Ding Liren, and more. The winner might get a chance to face Magnus Carlsen for the World Championship title, if he thinks they're worthy. The exclusive video feed will be right here on chess.com, so you'll get to see the faces of the candidates as they play that tournament. Should be exciting. Guaranteed to be exciting. Arturs, are you going to be watching the candidates tournament closely this year?
Probably, but I have to say it was a great ad, David. Absolutely. I mean, I cannot miss the candidates tournament, so I will be watching this.
Yeah. And for those of you just joining us who don't know what we are doing here, we are looking at Norway Chess 2022. This is round one of the Classical. There was a Blitz tournament yesterday, which was won by Wesley So, ahead of Magnus Carlsen. The top 5 players in the Blitz tournament earned themselves 5 whites in the Classical tournament against 4 blacks. Arturs, how much do you like having an extra white when you play a tournament? Is that something you get excited about, or just
Well, I have a very simple rule, really, David. The more whites, the better.
Okay.
So I love the white color. I love the extra move.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I would be ready to play all 9 games with white if I would have to.
All right. If you have to win 9 Blitz tournaments before the tournament starts to earn 9 extra whites, you'll do it.
Absolutely.
So here we are. We're 2 hours into the action in round 1. One game is finished in a draw, and another one will any moment now between Anish Giri and Veselin Topalov. It was a position which we never thought gave Veselin any huge problems. So he has done quite fine in this first round, but we've got 3 other games which are all exciting and potentially dangerous positions for Black. So let's get into the action. We'll start with Wesley So and Timur Rajabov for a moment here. And they made this trade on b6, which we had discussed, followed by bishop c4. And White wants to get control over this diagonal that Black was controlling, and then be able to attack the A pawn with a knight on c4, which honestly, a knight on c4 would attack 3 different pawns in Black's position. 2 of them are bona fide weaknesses, right? Here on b6 and a3. So a knight on c4 would be a very serious achievement for White.
Yeah, so I would expect that Black is not going to take it, but Queen d3, that is a bit strange move. I felt that Queen b3 was more in the spirit of the position, but then again, maybe Wesley's having a deeper think. I think so. And he positions the queen on d3 immediately to fight for the d file. So why you position the queen on b3? Because you are going to rearrange the queen later anyway. So Queen d3 we didn't have a look at, but I like this move.
But I'm feeling very, very happy, Arturs, that I predicted one Rajabov move here, rook d8. I mean, I lose invariably in these positions. So if I could even get one move right in a game of mine, and I look afterwards and I made 19 mistakes and one move was correct, I would be happy.
I hate to disappoint you, but those are terrible moves.
Rook c8 is terrible?
Because you told me something about sometimes misplaying the Italian game, and I have a feeling that Rajabov is misplaying the Italian game. Now you told that you predicted Rajabov's moves,
Yeah.
right? So I mean,
It's
I
more a
have to
bad
tell
sign
you,
for him than a good sign for me.
right?
All right. Well, Rajabov, unfortunately, throwing a couple Pruess moves in today into his Italian game. And so far, that's looking very good for Wesley. And of course, for Arturs, who would love to have the white pieces here.
Absolutely. It's a dream position. So white is going to trade the last square bishops at some point. I don't know which point is it. His idea is still to trade the last square bishops, play knight c4, dominate the light squares, put the knight on d5, and just enjoy the game.
Yeah.
So what do you play if here you're a job of?
You want me to make another bad prediction?
Probably. No, I don't know.
You remember against Queen b3, I had my tricky b5 idea that was also bad, but
wait, I finally got Wesley's idea. You know what his idea is? After rook d8, he wants to take on e6 and put the queen on b5. Check this out.
Okay, so let's say black takes with the queen.
Yep.
I don't even know which way black wants to take.
I know, with the queen, I think, on queen b5. What a great square for the queen.
That is a nice square.
Knight c4 might be next. Rook d5 might be next. The pawn on b6 is pressured.
I need to
the
find
bar,
a tactic.
Is laughing.
I need to find a tactic for black because everything's going against me positionally.
Not sure. What kind of tactic are you looking for, really?
Oh, don't worry. I didn't find anything. You can go ahead and play your plan.
Okay. Oh, so I assume I'm gonna play knight c4, right? There must be an idea. Knight c4, you want to play knight a7, but I have queen d5.
Oh my goodness. It didn't work.
That's a nice try.
It didn't work. I'm struggling to find something to deal with the queen, right? Like when a piece is on a really, really good square, you have to try and find some way to get it out of there. But apparently in this position here, instead of rook to d8, Rajabov has just played knight to d8.
And that's a good move. I like it because the knight on c6 doesn't do much. And after the trade on c4, he wants to put the knight on e6, knight f4, and at least have some hope for some counterplay because the bishop on d6 is so bad.
Yeah, the knight has found one square. What about knight to a7 last move? Would that have been another way to try and repurpose the knight, open the c file, stop queen b5, maybe lose
I'm pretty
material
sure
on the
that
d file?
Rajabov didn't even see this move at all. It just looks so weird, no?
Yeah.
The knight on a7 is so weird. No, but knight e8 is very idea based, right? So definitely the knight on c6, it feels normal, but it's not doing much there. And after the trade, knight e6, you have some attacking ideas, but it still looks ugly, to be honest.
Yeah. And I mean, there's a direct question. I mean, yes, we want to put the knight on e6, but if white just goes straight at us with knight c4, attacking everything, we could calculate knight f4, queen d6. I don't think that works out for black.
We can try to force it, by the way, indeed, because this is quite a forcing line, isn't it?
Yeah.
So the bishop goes away, and then we take on e5. We have to calculate that anyway.
Wait, sorry. So what happens here?
Bishop c7.
Bishop c7. Okay.
And can I take on e5? Maybe it's ridiculous. No, the other knight. So that I don't blunder. I blundered.
Okay, so you did this to not blunder. You want to follow up and defend this knight with the queen from b5, I guess. But there's knight e2 to c3. No, the queen's on e2 that way. Okay, so queen b5. And I suppose black could just trade and take on c3, and that's
I have
good
a feeling
enough to get a game.
that black could have taken on e5 right away. So after knight e5, bishop e5, knight e5. Now I play knight f4.
Oh, now you've got queen g5 too, huh?
Yeah, there's queen g5. That's the point. And suddenly a white's position. Oh, it's even so bad. I wanted to say it's shaky, but the bar says it's white is done.
I wanted to say it's shaky, but it's done. G3, instead of taking the pawn, maybe even knight G6. No, there's rook D5. F6. Could we possibly just play F6?
Maybe. Yeah. But we can agree, right, that this position for white is pretty terrible. So white is not enjoying the extra pawn. Black is incredibly active, and actually the engine says, the bar says that black is winning.
Yeah, all the way down to the basement, the elevator went. So, so probably no direct knight C4, just trying to win the game for Wesley here.
Unless, of course, he wants to play for positional pressure. For example, I still take on E6. Probably I don't want to do that, but I just want to show my big point. Knight C4, bishop C7, and queen D7. Can I do that? So I'll just play for domination.
Well, if you take off my queen, that's really going to hurt my game from black. The rest of my pieces are doing nothing.
So you're
probably getting in each other's way.
You still want to play queen f6, right? Avoid the trade. I know the queen on d7. Not sure what's doing there, really.
God, there's kind of nothing I want. But okay, yeah, we'll play queen f6.
No, this could be a positional struggle like knight e3. Remember this idea to get the knight on d5. Knight e3, knight e4, knight e5, and black is left with a terrible dark square bishop. So something along the lines of this could happen in the game. But I have a feeling that Wesley is not going to do that. He's gonna not gonna activate black's knight for no good reason. And I think black is gonna take on c4 himself anyway.
Right. So
most likely.
Can we improve the a1 rook while we're waiting for black to take on c4?
Yeah, that's a good bet. Rook c1 makes perfect sense here.
Rook c1 makes good sense. Or there's one fancier idea that you suggested to us before, right? Rook b1 to b3. It's an idea as well in this position. So the rook can do double duty. But maybe rook c1 is simpler. Play the whole board. Don't worry so much about winning the a pawn.
Maybe the a pawn is actually not losing it, but after rook c1, white just in case protects the pawn on c3, he wants to play some preparation moves, maybe like bishop d5, knight c4, or bishop b3. So the black knight on d8 will have to be activated at some point anyway. So I would imagine that black is going to take on c4 himself anyway.
Yeah. Let me ask you actually one question about that, Arturs. If white played bishop d5 here, preparing to play knight c4 without rook c1, right? Just immediately we put the bishop on d5. Takes d5. Is that, I know we already have a nice structure. Why are we changing the structure? But I'm just looking at that knight on d8 and wondering if this is an option for white.
I think it's definitely an option. I think it looks great. So the knight on d8 is terrible. The bishop on d6 is terrible. But I think there's just no good reason for white to do this.
Okay.
I mean, maybe white can.
Things are so good. Why look elsewhere? Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe white can play knight e4. I mean, continuing that position, knight e4, g4. Dominate all the light squares after bishop d5 takes. I don't know what black does here. Let's say he plays. It's very difficult actually to come with the move. G4, knight e4.
You can either play G6 to try and fight for the light squares, or you can play F6 to give up all the light squares and get your knight off the back rank.
Right, and that's why actually I meant this G4 to stop F5 from happening. So after G6, we play G4 to stop F5. G4, maybe it's a bit bold move. Maybe there's no need for that, but sometimes this is the right move.
Yeah.
And,
well, now black can't even play F6 anymore because G6 is hanging. So now the knight's really just trapped.
Maybe actually this is the way. Okay, that sounded wrong. This is the way.
You mean like it would be a joke if a move I suggested were right?
I mean, I watched too much Mandalorian, really, but
okay.
But yeah, maybe this is the way, really. So play bishop d5, limit the knight on d8, because black's position might be pretty tough not to crack, or maybe actually this is what Wesley really needs to change the structure of the position. Although I think even something positional like just playing rook c1, bishop b3 should be just fine.
Yeah, should be plenty good. And still the bishop could go to b3 or d5. And again, with bishop d5, you could recapture with the queen. You don't have to do the pawn structure change if you don't like it. Once the rook is defending c3. So yeah, Wesley looking pretty good.
Where's the Armageddon game, by the way? Is it there? So I keep hearing that the Armageddon game is about to be here in a moment.
Yeah.
So probably we have to get ready for that.
There we go. An Armageddon. And we've got two of them underway. In fact, we've got Anish and Topalov. They're set up to play. I guess they're not underway, but their board has been set up for them.
You know, that is probably the biggest nightmare for a broadcast, right? To follow two Armageddon games at the same time. So
yeah,
I pray it never happens.
I was just wondering if queen d3 would like win the bishop on d7 in this position. It's so stuck. Suppose black has knight b8 to at least not lose a piece.
Because rook c7 is knight b5, right? There's some issues.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So
once
once again,
black's definitely passive here.
Once again, reminding the format of the classical tournament, the winner gets 3 points, the loser gets 0 points. But if there's a draw, there's an Armageddon game, and the winner of the Armageddon gets 1.5 points, and the loser gets 1 point. So it's a difference of half a point. I like the format, by the way, David. Do you like it?
Yeah. Yeah. And supposedly, since the organizers came up with this new format a few years ago, they saw the results of decisive games go up from about 15% to 55% decisive games.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive.
That's a dramatic change. But we did start off this year with 2 draws. And so, you know, it's up to the Armageddons to provide us that excitement. White's threatening e5 here. Black will have draw odds.
I imagine the atmosphere is really weird in the tournament hall. Imagine yourself, you're sitting there. I mean, you have 40, 50 minutes on the clock. There's a total silence. And there's 2 guys right next to each other, just slamming the clocks. It's such a weird mix.
Yeah. I mean, I remember there was that situation in Wake on Zay maybe a year and a half ago, where Firouzja was still playing his last classical game, and they started a tiebreak blitz game for the 2 players tied for first or something like that. And not only did they put the blitz game next to Firouzja, no, they put the blitz game where Firouzja was and made him move during his game to install the blitz game at his table, right? And then, of course, he had to continue playing his classical game at a new table while people were banging the clock right next to him.
Yeah, that was quite a bit controversy, and he didn't take it lightly, and understandably.
Yeah. I mean, you would expect a kid to just roll with the punches, but I mean, it was pretty ridiculous. But still, you're young, you know, just shrug and keep going.
Right. So what is happening here in this game? Mamedyarov has a great position, by the way, and I think the time control. Please correct me if I was wrong. For the Armageddon, the white was getting 10 minutes. For the game, black was getting 7 minutes. Black obviously has the draw odds, and there was an extra time after how many moves was it?
I don't know.
There was something like 40, 60 moves and extra time incoming. So it's quite interesting, because normally in a classical sense, the Armageddon game, we understand it's either 5 minutes for white, 4 for black, or 6 minutes for white, 5 for black. And white has to win the game. And sometimes there's an increment after move 60 or so, of something like plus 1 second. I think it was plus 1 second actually. Yeah, after 60 moves.
Okay, plus 1 second. It's not too much help.
It's not a lot, but it's something.
Yeah, and you can at least finish the game without just flagging. So, okay, we get some trades here from Mamedyarov. It seems like Tari has partially survived so far this position. It's going so fast, you know. I look over at chat to see what people are saying about distractions in OTB tournaments, and I turn my head back and there's 2 different pieces on the board. So white is threatening checkmate right now, basically. Queen h6, knight g5.
Yeah, nice trick. Maybe black is going to miss it. But I think normally his idea is just go for the blockade if possible. I mean, king set attack is maybe simpler, but if nothing works, you can always play something like knight e4, play positional chess, rook d1, and try to get to the pawn on d5. Bishop a2 also could be a move at some point. Attack the pawn on d5.
And this is simply a bad light squared bishop for black. So white's got 3 or 4 different factors in their favor, different ways to play the position right now.
Right.
Over in the classical tournament, we haven't checked in on Anand versus MDL for a while, and their position is pretty interesting as well, with black playing down a pawn for several moves, with some kind of compensation. Let's see where that pawn went.
So it was b5. MVL decided to sacrifice a pawn, which is a very typical breakthrough. Take.
Right. So here, the rook on c1 is hanging, and he chose not to take on b5 with the queen.
Right. So I think MVL tried to solve his opening problems by sacrificing a pawn, and I've noticed this is how he typically plays. When he senses danger in his possession, he very often goes for dynamic defense. He sacrifices a pawn. He tries to solve the problems with a tactical solution, but here I think it backfired. Yeah. So he sacrificed a pawn on d6. He was relying on some piece activity with knight e5, typical to his playing style, but it just didn't work. And this knight c6 is a bit strange move, to be honest. I kind of don't understand it. Why did he play this? I guess the idea was to play rook takes on d6 and rook d8, but it's a very obvious threat, I think.
Yeah. I mean, let's see. His baseline option in this position would be to trade twice on d6 and play rook to a8. Right? And probably that's just not so good, and so he didn't go for it. If he does that, white would love to use the rook to attack the b4 pawn. So I don't really want to play rook d2 for white. Well, I'll just put it on the board to make it clear to everybody what we're thinking about here. So
we probably also want to simultaneously follow the Armageddon, right? So that we don't miss some action.
Yeah. In this position, I guess knight c1, there's probably rook c8, and white hasn't accomplished that much.
Or even rook d2. Rook d2 is also fine. Just keep the pawn alive.
You could just go rook d2 and keep the extra pawn.
Right.
And then bring the king. Okay. So he keeps some more tension with knight c6, e5, check, queen f2, activity.
Rook c1 takes d6, rook d6, knight e5, h3. So knight e5, I guess, was incoming threat with some sort of a sacrifice on f3, h3. Vishy remains cool. And what exactly Maxime has for the pawn? I think he has nothing. So something went horribly wrong for the Frenchman. I mean, I don't know what exactly. So he played this entire sequence of b5, of sacrificing the pawn. Vishy didn't take the pawn because after queen b5, I guess he felt, if you go back to that position, when MVL pushed b5, he felt that the spin at the c file is gonna give black incredible activity. Maybe rook c5, double the rooks. I mean, I don't know. And after queen d2, something started to go horribly wrong here for MVL. So rook b8, rook d6, b4, knight e5, rook d1, knight c6. I don't know what happened there, but maybe he simply already didn't see where exactly lies his compensation for the pawn. And he started to lose the game thread. And now he tried to complicate the matters, but to be honest, after h3, I don't see what he has.
Yeah. And to be, and I guess Anand's e5 move can be interpreted as like he positively wanted to bring this pawn to d6. He wanted to put even more pressure on black's position, because I don't think there's any reason he couldn't, you know, play like a trade and play queen c1, is there?
Yeah, that also looks good.
Just play simple, right? But he plays e5 saying, hey, I can do even better now that you chose not to trade on d6. Lock in the pawn. Now all this tension is going to force black to give him this passed pawn that happens in the game. Eventually black trades on d6, and he's got this pawn to try and win with immediately. And one thing I wanted to point out for people wondering is that I think he can't win the game with d7 immediately instead of h3 because of knight takes d7.
Yep, and then Anthony 2 hangs.
What's that?
The knight on e2 is hanging, so what can I do that?
Yeah, so he couldn't end the game yet, for anybody wondering. So he plays h3, and I guess he still has to untangle the knight and queen, but that's what's going on over there.
Right. So knight f3 g takes is not going to be enough, so probably we have to switch back to the Armageddon games, right? I imagine. There should be already 2 of them, at least, I think, because Giri against Topalov also is supposed to start at some point. And Mamedyarov is currently playing against Ari and Tari, and this is the position on the board, and he has, by the looks, completely winning position.
Right. So he's just played f3 to stop black's counterplay against g2. If bishop takes f3, he can play not queen f4, queen g2. No. Let me think for 1 second here. If bishop f3,
I think it's queen d7.
You think you go knight f3, rook f3,
queen d7. Next, rook f7, e6. Yeah.
Nice. So the queen backs up, and knight e2. That's going to trade queens, but the bishop on d5 is hanging as well. I
have a feeling that Arian simply didn't get out of the opening in the Armageddon. So he's suffering. He's been suffering. And now after knight e2, Mamedyarov is already trading queens. The bishop on d5 is under attack. Wait, it's just game over, no?
Yeah, he just resigned. It's a queen trade plus a bishop.
I even missed that. Yeah, so he just resigned. So knight e2, a very, very clean move, very clean victory for Mamedyarov, who scores 1.5 points in the opening round.
Yeah, takes the lead in the tournament temporarily. 1.5 versus 1. Tatari, Giri, and Topalov each have 1 point. Giri and Topalov haven't started yet. So let's click back to Anand and MVL, who we're just looking at. And let's talk about how Anand can progress this position here. The knight and queen need to be untangled somehow, right?
And I have a very easy solution for that. What about queen h6? So I see a mate, I go for it.
Rook b5 has given you license. Queen h6.
License to checkmate.
So I feel like I have to play rook b8.
Yep, you have to go back, and now probably I can improve the knight somewhere. I don't know where.
I would say don't go to f4, because then after queen d2, you're still tangled up, and the whole idea was to get untangled. So maybe, where does the knight want to go?
Maybe there's just no good square.
Just nowhere to go.
By the way, there's a pretty funny idea, which is probably funny. I thought about rook c2, but I'm afraid to miss some perpetual check. Rook c2, queen. Maybe it's just rook c2, by the way, because queen f1 check. I can even play knight g1 if I feel threat. Oh, king h2. Yeah, king h2 also is good.
Right. Knight f3 doesn't work, basically.
Knight f3 doesn't work. There's no perpetual. We probably have to show it. Takes, takes, queen f2, king h1. And after queen f1, there's knight g1.
Yeah. And on queen f3, the king goes to g1.
Right.
Yeah. It's just not there. You might want it to be there if you were playing this game as black. You'd keep checking for it. Like, is there no way? No, there's no way. So here we are. Queen h6, rook b8. I'm still not sure what white wants to do about the knight, but maybe rook c2 is good enough. I mean, it covers a2. Maybe that's why he played h3 in order to use the rook to support things along the second rank and just give up the first rank. Maybe he doesn't need it. I often get stuck around here not knowing how to progress my position.
White's advantage is pretty large, but I don't see a clear way to victory. So I think this is going to be a long game. I see the bar obviously is way up for white, but I would imagine I'm seeking some kind of a simplification, right? So if I'm playing with white, I have an extra pawn. Black has some counterplay. I'm looking for ways to simplify the position, which would probably involve trading the most active pieces in black's position. That's the queen. So maybe my thought process will be, I want to trade queens. So how do I trade queens? How do I do that?
The thing to notice here also is that black's idea is to play rook d5. At first, when you said queen h6, I was like, why did black even bring the rook off of b8? It's such a weird looking move, right? But black's idea is they want to put the rook on d5 and defend against the d pawn from behind and prevent white from putting a rook behind it. So if I play the simple move queen e1 here, for example, I think my advantage is going to be ruined by rook to d5. No, there's knight f4.
There's knight f4.
Knight f4. Oh.
You know, actually, David, I think rook b5 also comes with some mate ideas, because if white, let's say, is completely oblivious and doesn't understand what's happening, there might be knight x and f3 threat after all.
No way. You think he's dreaming of catching Anand with a surprise checkmate?
Probably not.
Like, okay, a4. What do I do to wait? Rook c2. Rook c2 is a waiting move. I mean, I think it's not good because of rook d5, but let's try it for checkmate. Now you go here, and I'm going to go rook c8, king g7, queen d4.
But why don't you take with f3 with the check? I thought that was more tempting.
Okay, it is more tempting.
With
Check.
f3?
King here.
There's no rook g5. I hallucinate. I thought there's rook g5.
Yeah. But you do have rook d5 stopping my queen d4 idea. And my queen has to stop a lot of stuff here. And getting this rook behind the pawn is really huge. But I mean, that's the thing. I mean, even without knight f3, the problem with rook c2 is just that black can play rook d5. I mean, it's just, that's plainly black's idea.
Yeah. So it's just ridiculous.
Yeah. So I couldn't find a waiting move that wasn't ridiculous, unfortunately. Anish and Topalov repeating in their game, somebody says in chat. Let's see. They have started their game. Oh, they're repeating the opening from their first game. But here, Topalov with black, even though he's got draw odds, he does not repeat the c takes d5, c takes d5.
They really, really must like this position. If they're both ready to repeat. I mean, maybe it's some kind of a mind game. Like black says, I don't mind. White says, I also don't mind, right? Let's repeat. Okay, fine. Now this is something else. So he kept the knight, the bishop on f4 alive. But we might get the idea we discussed in the classical game, David, this h4 idea. Remember my silly ideas with take on f4, e takes on f4, knight g5. There you go. There you go.
We could get that at some point. Knight b1, you do see correctly, Ken. The knight on d2 was not active anymore in this position here because the D pawn was restraining all its forward moves. In these positions, sometimes white plays a quick knight e5, hoping for the knight to then go to either f3 or c4. There's an idea that, you know, black's going to play c5, and sometimes you can put the knight on c4. Here you can't because of the rook, but basically, if you want to use the knight on d2, one option is you move the knight off of f3. The other is you reroute it back up to c3.
Right. Okay, I mean, it's going to be interesting. The position is fun. Anish, once again, is given time odds. He has, at least he had 10 minutes against Topalov 7, right? If I see correctly. Right. And black has draw odds. So Anish has to win this. How do you win this? a6. Topalov stays true to his typical plan. a6, b5.
Queenside expansion. Doesn't even spend a move on rook e8 because he either doesn't feel strong fighting for the e file when his real plan is on the queen side, or he doesn't want f7 to also be loose when white goes for knight g5 or knight e5. So he just says, like, yeah, let's just leave the rook here in a defensive position for now.
I think, David, that mainly in accelerated time control games and also blitz games, okay, this is technically not a blitz game, it's a rapid game. It really matters who is attacking the king, because playing for the checkmate, playing for the king, it's easier because the defender always has to evaluate which threats are real, and which are illusory threats. So in this regard, even if the bar maybe says it's nothing special, at least Anish's, all of the pieces are sort of looking towards the black king, right? It might be there's some knight g5 ideas, maybe queen f5 ideas, maybe rook e1, and there is a potential to organize a kingside attack. At the same time, black is playing something positional at the queen side, right? And obviously the white king's at the king side. So from this point of view, it's a bit easier to play for white.
Right. Well, I think I verified that knight g5 would have a real threat to it. If knight g5 were played here, I think white is threatening to take on c5 and then take on d5 because the knight on f6 is busy recovering the checkmate. And if black plays cd4, rook d4, white's still threatening here. And on bishop c5, I was wondering if white could maybe exchange sack or just play knight d5, I think is what I thought was best.
This is why we saw puzzles.
Yeah, knight d5, leave the rook hanging with knight f6, and on bishop d5, play rook d5, and on bishop f2, the queen can get off of the rook. But he's chosen something else. He took on c5 with the pawn. And
because he wants to play next knight g5.
Oh, he would do it anyway here. I worried about giving up the d4 move, but I hung a bishop like this last week. So
oh no, my bishop.
No surprise.
Right.
No surprise. So rook c5 comes. And well, now at least this rook is stopping knight d5 for a little while. And so Anish concentrates on the e file.
I like the patience that Anish is showing here. So he plays rook e1. He definitely keeps an eye on knight g5, but he knows that after he plays knight g5, Topalov is going to play h6. So he includes rook e1. He keeps the option of knight g5. And for black, it's a bit annoying, right? And also, Topalov obviously sees there might be the threat of knight g5 at some point, and every single move he needs to evaluate it. He needs to pay attention to that, and it's taking away time.
Right. Yeah, that's a drag on his effort. Queen
b3. That's surprising.
We haven't checked on the world champion in a long time, so I'm going to glance for a moment. Yeah, you thought the queen would stay in the checkmate realm, right? Either d3
I felt
or
so,
b1.
but queen b3 is also interesting move. Target pawn on d5, pawn on b6. I mean, why not?
Yeah. Okay. Quick check in on Magnus.
All right.
So after a4, there was a very, very long thing from Wang Hao, like maybe half an hour or something like that. And then after he played a5, they played a long series of moves that you had talked about, with Magnus trading on f6 to make the isolated pawn, on d5, a super target, eliminating its defender on f6 in advance. We got to this position. Here he played e3. I wanted to play queen b5 and trade my weakness.
Trade the weaknesses, right?
He played e3, so
we had this position, by the way, all of this.
Yeah. He played queen d7 here, which I thought was a pretty good defense. That move annoyed me when you found it, but I guess it didn't annoy Magnus.
Right.
He went straight in for it and offers the queen trade with queen b5. This does suggest that our hypothesis about why he played a4 might have been right, that he didn't want black to have the option of a pawn on a6. He wanted this square here for the queen.
Right. But somehow Van Gaal lives. I get a feeling this will be quite a one-sided game because it felt that the pawn on b5 is doomed. It's not going to go anywhere, and yet it lives. Right. And also black has activated rook on a6, rook a6, rook b6, rook b4. Black has own ideas. So if you look at the final position, and if we see Magnus maneuvering queen b6, queen b5, queen f1, clearly not everything went according to his plan.
Yeah. Clearly he's not breaking through. Well, I want to stop here for 1 second. This is the element in the position that we hadn't taken account of when we first were talking about these kind of positions. Is we had worried that when white plays rook c1, there's like a rook c5 threat, and we were always sort of automatically countering on the c file for black with rook c8. And then when white's trading rooks, it's just taking our defenders away from a5 and d5. But How actually just covers the rook c5 threat with the bishop, which otherwise was doing nothing in this position. And then Magnus doesn't immediately have a way to break through.
Right. You know what's quite interesting? It makes me curious. After Magnus played e3, the bar dropped pretty dramatically.
Oh, yeah?
And maybe this was a loss of time. e3, this natural move, maybe it was a loss of time. I mean, I don't see what the engine is saying.
Always want to trade your weakness, Arturs.
Wait. What if I play rook c1? What if I play first rook a to c1? This might be the difference of a tempo. Because you cannot play bishop e7. Now I play queen b5. I get your weaknesses.
Now we can't use the bishop.
Right.
In this position. So you're going to play a fancy move, rook c1.
So what is Van Gaal doing here? And now this is looking so much worse for black.
And if rook c8 gets played now, would you now play e3? Once you've got the rook tension
I could even take the pawn probably. I mean, I need to calculate that. Can I take it? Take, bishop d5, rook d8, and now some kind of a magical move. Like queen c4. Okay, that trades queens might not be winning. Take bishop takes on c4. Yeah, keep the bishop on d5. Now this is draw.
Yeah.
This is just a
Okay. The time has come to defend the d pawn here with e3 after the slick rook c1 move when black doesn't have bishop e7, and white's advantage is huge. So it's one little detail there actually, which slipped past Magnus, which is that this bishop e7 defense is a big deal, and rook c1 first was powerful.
But e3, it feels incredibly slow, right? We also suggested it, but it doesn't generate any threats.
I didn't like it.
Oh, you didn't like it?
No, I wanted to play queen b5. Remember, this was my solution. Queen b5,
I remember.
Bishop takes, rook d1, and try and put my rook on d7 and play the middle game.
And that's when I stepped in and I said, we don't trade weaknesses, right?
That's right.
Okay.
You put an end to that. So, but rook c1, a very fine move here. That would have made a big difference in this game. Magnus played e3, and as we can see in these moves going back and forth here, he doesn't have a way to crack black with just this one weakness here. It's just barely holding together. Is he planning like bishop f3, queen g2? That's the kind of thing Magnus would do. Also, why did he never double rooks on the c file? Could he not have threatened rook c7 as sort of an extra?
I mean, he should already realize by now he misplayed it. I think he knows that e3 was too slow, that probably he got very angry at himself that he included this move, which could have been included later at any given moment. And now the absence of this tempo allowed black to build a proper defense. So definitely he's going to try to push it, and black suffering is not over. The pawn on d5 is weak forever. So Magnus is going to play this position forever.
Yeah.
So that's why all those maneuvers.
But specifically, Arturs, what's wrong with rook c1? That seems like a super obvious move to play at some point. I picked one random move to try it on. I mean, there was a whole period of time where he could have potentially moved the rook from a1 to c1.
Maybe something along the lines of bishop a3. I'm not sure which is the right move, which is the right moment to do this. Maybe
right. Bishop a3 hitting the rook before we can come here.
Maybe take on b5 first and then play bishop a3.
And then basically if I move the rook away somewhere, you can just go back to e7. And I've made
Maybe I just keep it there. I keep the bishop on a3 because I take away your doubling of the c file. So let's go, for example, instead of bishop a3, I take on b5. Queen b5 takes it, bishop a3. And if you go, let's say rook d1, I mean, I can play rook a1 probably makes more sense.
Yeah.
You know, I go back and play bishop b4. By the way, David, I have to ask, are we not missing the action from the Armageddon game?
We are probably. We can go back there.
They are playing a rapid game, so it's not really Armageddon game, but we probably don't want to miss it.
Black plays a pawn move on the king side. I don't know what made him do it, but white heads to f5 with the knight, potentially. Nope. To the queen side. What? He's headed to e3. He wants to win the isolated pawn.
He really, really wants the pawn.
He won the isolated pawn.
He won it. Wow, that's nice.
Oh, look at that. b4 leaving f2 hanging.
That's cute. We have to add this to the chess.com puzzles, right?
This one right here. If bishop f2 check, then queen f2, and on rook f2, there's knight e7. But also really tricky is that on rook f2, he plays pawn takes bishop. It's not the rook he's after, it's just the bishop.
Beautiful.
That was pretty tricky there. Anish seeing it all with little time on the clock. b4 gets that.
He sees everything.
Kills that counterplay. And now he's free to grind.
Oh,
wait.
No? That's a blunder.
The end of the grind. That's a blunder, yeah.
Right.
That's a blunder.
So that was a pretty clean game. You know, this entire idea of taking on c5 at the right time. Maybe we go back to this moment very shortly. I think he really scared Topalov of this idea of knight g5, which prompted black to respond with whatever he played, rook c5. And now he just switched to playing against the pawn on d5. And I was thinking that Anish is going to go for the king side attack. No, he just went after the pawn on d5. It's very simple.
I mean, he even went through c2 instead of f5. I mean, why not, scare your opponent with a good square? No, he just knight c2.
Very modest.
e3.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, so Anish joins the leaders, at least temporarily. The leader, Shahryar Mamedjarov.
Yeah. Beautiful. So we've got 3 classical games still going. We've got Anand against Maxime. Anand played f4 in this position here. Very proactive. What's the plan against rook d5?
Oh, that is
weird fear that it's to sack the queen.
That is so cute, David. I mean, you have to check this. I mean, I was telling that white is seeking for a way to simplify the position, but not with such a cute tactic. f4, knight e7, and queen d4. Another puzzle for you right there. So why can't you take on e2? This is so beautiful. I just love this. So this is why they're the best players in the world. They're finding tactical solutions for their strategical problems.
Yeah.
So queen e2, and now a simple mate e2. Very nice.
Yeah. I'm just doing it gradually to give people in chat time to appreciate and guess the moves themselves along the way. Wow. So that was the point. Queen d4. And Arturs, I think there may have been a second branch of like insanity to this solution. I think against rook d5, he might have been planning to just trade his queen.
No, just take on d5, no?
take on e5?
No, rook d5, take on d5. No? Am I missing something?
Yeah, queen takes the rook, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Pawn takes queen.
Oh, wait.
Pawn takes
Oh,
knight.
I just hallucinated something. No.
And then the queen
it?
can't stop this, right? Queen e2, d7. This pawn's blocking the file.
Okay, just ignore me. I hallucinated something. So.
Okay.
And it worked. It worked.
Well, this is what I was thinking, was that his plan against rook d5 was just to sack the queen. I don't know if there's something, if there's some refutation to this, but the bar didn't yell at me, you know.
It also looks pretty promising. Maybe there's something cleaner. But that's very, very nice. Very nice idea, right? F4, queen d4. I'm going to show this to the kids, you know.
Yeah.
How to simplify the possession, because converting material advantage is one of the great topics. And in such a position, think of a way how white simplifies the position. Really great. Awesome. Knight c6, knight b4. That's a technical winning position.
This is quite a tactical move, though, f4. I mean, you have to look at several branches here to make sense of it. So black retreated knight d7. Chat is telling me, I think, if I'm interpreting this right, that against rook d5, the move queen b2 is an even easier win for white. That's unfortunate as far as the artistic value of this position. Because
but
queen
it comes
b5,
with the same idea, right?
Because queen b5 is much more aesthetic, you know, that like David, the poor queen can't win at the end.
But queen b2 comes exactly with the same idea as queen d4. Queen b2, rook c8, rook f8, queen h8. Yeah. Actually, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
So again, knight e7, the same execution. You know, we are watching Anand play, and he just makes it look so easy, right? He just makes it look so easy, and you just wonder, why on earth am I not playing like Anand, right?
Queen d4. Well, I know why. Like I see that he's calculating some variations that would bewilder me. I mean, honestly, the experience of spending 6 hours with these games is one of the best ways for me to understand why I can't play like him, because I can take the time to try and, you know, figure out what I would do. I can get completely bewildered, then see the moves they choose.
Right. And after the tactical skirmishes, the queen's got traded knight b4. This is normally technically winning position because white has two connected pass pawns at the queen side. Again, I think Anand would love to trade the knights if possible, because this is going to simplify his task. And of course, MVL is going to keep the knights on the board, because if he trade the knights, it's pretty simple.
Interesting. I would think even with knights, like black's just going to die to these pawns.
Probably, yeah, he's dead either way. A4, A5, A6, A7, that seems to be very straightforward. Probably the B3 pawn. Maybe, you know, maybe from the black's perspective, maybe Maxime is dreaming about a position when he could somehow snatch the pawn on B3, give away the knight for the A pawn, and then somehow hope to hold the kings together with 3 pawns against 2 and rook against the rook and the knight. So that's his dream scenario, but I don't think he seriously expects it.
Yeah, I saw rook, knight, and 2 pawns against rook and 3 pawns in an endgame book. And it suggested that white was winning, but that it was somewhat, you know, difficult. I mean, it was real work to slowly win the position for white. But I think one of the things that helps you win this position as white, if you get down to it, is if the black F pawn has moved.
All right.
The further back the F pawn is, like with the pawn on F7, it's going to be like the hardest to win it. And the more the F pawn moves up the board, the more room white has to make threats against the black pawn structure and create weaknesses.
Well, one thing I'm absolutely sure is that Anand is going to win this. I mean, there's no way. There's no way he is going to miss the victory here.
Okay.
Not for 1 second. Not Anand. This seems like classical position which requires converting to the win. And if somebody can do it the best, I think it's Anand.
Yeah. So he's got I mean, this is a position I would need to practice. I know it's 2 connected past pawns. It should be like automatic, but
let's just really have to. Let's just run with
work.
How far can we get? Let's say a4.
Just start pushing without regard to the b pawn.
Yeah, I think so. It makes perfect sense. a4. Can we try to make it work?
Sure. a4.
Let's say rook b1.
Yeah.
And first we need to test. Oh wait, let's just protect the pawn. By the way,
you could just play rook c3.
Yeah, rook c3.
Yeah, nicely positioned where the knight can't mess with you. And now let's play rook a1.
And I could include maybe knight e3 or knight c6. Yeah, knight c6 is a beautiful move. I like it.
Yeah, I'm going to suggest knight c6 because we want to get control of this square. And yeah, that looks like a win.
So maybe MVL has to play something like king f7, knight e5. I mean, if Anand is happy to trade, play king f7, knight e5, f takes, rook c7, sacrifice the second pawn, go for total activity, king f6, rook h7, and then die a slow death. So, I mean, even this position should be winning.
Yeah, this is like dying a fast death, right? We're sacking a pawn. We're trying to queen the e pawn and forcing white to find a solution like king g3 to f2. Like, oh no, he found it.
I think this game is going to finish pretty quickly.
Okay, so this is a live position after f6 has been played.
I stand to what I said. Remember, David, at the start of the broadcast, I told you Anand is in a great shape. I wouldn't be surprised if he is going to be one of the favorites to win the tournament. He has been doing fantastically lately. He has an amazing shape, and he has a great score against MVL, 4 wins, 2 losses. So, I was right.
Yeah, he's looking the best in this first round. Wesley So also had a really promising position last time we checked. He went for bishop e6 and queen e6 was played, not knight e6. Grim news for the knight on d8.
Right.
Grim news for the knight on d8. Rajabov plays queen e6 to prevent knight c4 for the moment. And Wesley plays a knight maneuver that will be a surprise to very few of us. Knight f1 to e3. f6. Knight d5. Oh my goodness. It's so bad.
It's so bad. I'm watching this and I would imagine this would be normally like a first round game of a favorite against somebody lower rated. And he's just mercilessly outplayed. This is just a bad game for Rajabov. He's just so bad. I mean, usually it is like this. I mean, it just starts to go down the hill, right? And it just becomes the snowball bigger and bigger and bigger. It's incredibly difficult to defend it, and the position is unpleasant. You make another mistake, the mood drops down. Very unfortunate game for Timur, but maybe it's all Wesley.
Yeah. But it looks like Wesley might be using the rook b1 to b3 plan as well, which would be very exciting for us to see that in action.
But again, Rajabov's problem started with this bishop d6, right? So everything went downhill right after that. You play this very passive move. Wesley picked up pretty obvious plan, trade the active light square bishop, and from there it was totally downhill. So whatever, I don't know what Timur should have, what he should have done, but not bishop d6. Or maybe knight b6 was a mistake after that, but the position already was pretty unpleasant.
We didn't really like bishop e3. Was there an option to keep the tension on this diagonal? We didn't consider bishop b6 or bishop a7 here.
I guess in the hindsight, anything was better. Anything
now
was
that
better
it's gone this bad. Yeah. Whaley, the players had 2 hours to start the games here. They had 2 hours to start the game. So it's
yeah, they had a pretty interesting time control, right? It's 2 hours for 40 games, no increment. and after for 40 minutes, my apologies. So 40 moves, and after 40 moves, they get 10-second increment. That's pretty interesting.
Yeah, Norway's got its own time control as well as its own format.
Right.
So yeah, so here he went passive with the bishop. White's bishop was stronger. White prepares the plan of bishop c4, and the A pawn is looking more weak than strong at the moment. Snack Bandit's asking us if we are fans of this format, finding it odd that classical draws get followed up by Armageddon Rapids. I'm a huge fan of it, Snack Bandit. Even though I'm not a fan of rapid chess, I'm a fan of classical chess, and yet I'm a favorite of and yet I'm a fan of this format, because I think that although I love classical chess, it does make sense to try different innovations to combat boring or less exciting drawn games. You know, every day I look forward to what games good players are playing around the world. It's my number one form of entertainment over the last 20 years has been going online and seeing what games have grandmasters played somewhere in the world today. And especially at these kind of elite tournaments where you sometimes have, let's say, as small as a field as 6 players, and other times, 8 or 10 players, you've got 4 or 5 games in a day. If 2 or 3 games end in 10-move draws, I mean, that would be like going to a movie theater and the film ends after 37 minutes. That's
pretty sad.
It's just not enough. It's just not enough. So
we crave for more.
Yeah.
That's why this new format is so great. I like it also. I think it's great.
I don't know if it's the only idea. I mean, I think there's lots of great ideas, but I think this one's pretty cool. I think it's pretty cool.
Right.
The audience could come to appreciate draws as beautiful. Yes. I understand that a draw is a beautiful result, and there are many long draws that I love. Games that are drawn that I like to play over and study. Absolutely. I mean, and that's why I'm not really a fan of just purely changing scoring. Like when some tournaments simply use a system of 3 points for a win, 1 point for a draw, 0 points for a loss. I don't like that, because I think that's potentially unnecessarily punishing perfectly well played draws. It's such a huge difference in points. It's too much. But I think, if you play a draw that you just have to play another game, fine. That discourages people from making really short draws.
We already discussed, David, this queen e6, queen d6 business, or bishop c2, bishop d2, bishop c1 business in the ground file, right? So yeah, I'm also all for draws if they're well thought of, if they're beautiful, if they're interesting, if they're unique. But if you're just repeating the same position over and over and over just to get to the next stage, right? That's not very interesting for the viewers.
Yeah. Snack Bandit is suggesting, I think, what the world champion solution to draws is, which is just to speed up the game to cause more mistakes. I happen to be dead set against that, despite having a lot of respect for Magnus, obviously, and whatever he says is much more likely to be right than what I say. But as somebody who loves to have a lot of time to think about the game, I don't just want to speed it up and create more mistakes. My favorite solution is to switch all professional tournaments to Fisher Random, so that they have to think about tricky situations in the opening, and you'll get more mistakes that way, but interesting mistakes that the players had time to think about. That's my own number one preference. But I mean, this here in Norway is perfectly interesting to me.
I think it's a good idea to find ways to motivate the players to play, right? So you invent a new scoring system, you give more points for the victories, you insert the Armageddon game, you motivate them to fight, you motivate them to fight for the bigger prizes, and it works. The statistics show that it works.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So what's happening here? I mean, b5, he didn't take the pawn, or did he?
No, he did take it. So the first b pawn was sacrificed here. I I don't know if white needed to take it, right? Because rook b1 and I mean rook b3 and knight b1 was possible as well. So queen b5, knight d6, and black got control of some light squares with this knight d6 tempo, and put the rooks on the c file. And right now, white still seems to have some work to do, to me.
Right, but even, I mean, look from the black's perspective, black looks pretty active, but even if he manages to put the knight on c4, it gets traded. What about the knight on d5? The knight on d5 is just going to stay there forever, and white can always improve his pieces with move. Think about moves like maybe knight f1, knight e3. I'm not sure what's the right order of the moves, but keep the knight on d5 always. The rook on c1, it can go to b1, b3, back to the original plan. I have no clue what black is supposed to do here. So I would even start with rook b1. Can I do that unless I'm missing
rook to e1?
No, rook b1. Rook b1.
Oh, rook to b1. He just played rook to c1. I'll just mention that. That was his last move, was rook b to c1.
Right. I also see there's the results, right? Anand won the game against MVL.
And MVL has resigned. That is correct. Let us see how much more they played after f6. Not very many moves. You got the first move. Anand just pushed the a pawn. And after rook b1, rook c3. Oh, we got a second move. And here after rook to a1, we got this one wrong. We had suggested maybe knight c6. But he just played rook a7, freezing the knight and the king from ever approaching the a pawn. And I'm going to guess that means he can basically queen the a pawn if black takes the b pawn. But we can calculate a confirmation of that perhaps. So like rook a3, maybe knight d5.
Or maybe a5, it doesn't really matter. a5, rook b3, then knight e5. It's probably
well, a5, I was worried about rook takes a5.
Unbelievable. Yeah, you're right.
That's why I came here instead of rook b1. So knight d5, rook b3. Now the question is, could he just push the a pawn through, or is it just knight f6 is taking the whole king side?
I think knight f6 is just enough.
Yeah,
knight f6, knight h7. It's 2 extra pawns. The king is cut off. And I think Maxime just understood, right? He had exactly the same thought as I had. I mean, there's just no way that Anand is going to miss this. Right, and the position looks so simple for such a legendary player for Anand to miss, and he just tried a couple of moves, reached the second time control. That's it. Let me out of here.
So I guess knight d5 is such a big threat. I mean, what's black supposed to do? Maybe play f5 in that position. And then if you want as white, you can take h7 all with check, and then put your rook on b7.
Yep.
And hold all your pawns for the moment.
I think even the pawn on h7 is completely irrelevant. Yeah, you can of course take it if you want, but even immediately rook b7 and those a pawn, as soon as it's gonna start to roll forward, should be pretty unstoppable. Well, did you see?
So on rook c7, I mean, he just resigned here. That was the end of it. MVL.
Did you see what Anand did to the Najdorf?
Avoided it. Yeah.
He avoided it. He played bishop e5. We had a discussion about it earlier in the broadcast. And there's the result. But again, I mean, obviously, Maxime had a bad day. So he mixed up something. He played some weird moves after b5, gave up a pawn, made some very strange decisions. And Anand very quickly, confidently wrapped up the game.
Yeah, Anand definitely gave him a tough game here. Got him into something that he wasn't that comfortable with.
Right.
I mean, to win a game at this level, you sometimes have to do every single thing right. Find some opening preparation that's a little uncomfortable for your opponent, then play the middle game really well and have the conversion.
Anand has it all, apparently. Big surprise.
So
he actually becomes the leader, the sole leader of the tournament with 3 points out of 3, because in tournament there's a football system. Every victory is 3 points.
Well, Magnus's e pawn, that's a weird pawn to be missing.
Whoa, something has happened there.
I'm gonna have to back up to figure out how this happened. unless you can propose a theory where the pawn on e3 could have gone.
I think Magnus got to make a very unfortunate choice, which he did not ever wanted to do. I mean, after Black's 31st move, rook c6, after very accurate defense by the Chinese grandmaster, he simply realized that he cannot not take on c6. I mean, what else he can do? Because if he plays something like rook b to c1, Black just responds, even bishop a3. Even bishop a3 works just fine and still forcing him to take on c6. So he had a choice. Either you take on c6 or give away the c file. So that's not the choice. He took on c6 and that's it. So Black has solved his biggest issue, the weak pawn on d5, which is now well defended. And actually, Black is just doing so comfortable now. The pawn on c6 can be easily defended. So it doesn't look like Magnus is going to win this.
And that's where the e3 pawn went, the c5 break, which Black could have probably also just sat around. I don't know if c5 was necessary, but
it was not necessary. He could have just waited. Something like queen d7. Maybe Wang Hao felt that this simplifies the position.
Yeah. So he trades the queens, brings the king to e6 to defend d5 and f7, and
nothing is happening here. I think
anything left for white. I need a knight to go to one of these f4 g5 squares to get something going. Otherwise, this is like a single weakness position in an opposite colored bishop ending, and d4 is weak too.
I mean, even if you win the pawn on d5, even if you win it, now after rook b7, I play rook d7. How you're going to win this? Let's say I give away the pawn, rook d7. I mean, I don't have to, but I could test it. Take, bishop d5, king e7, and I just delivered the message to white. Come and get me. So how are you going to do it?
Covering b6, you're covering b4, and you can play bishop e1 if I ever try to use my king.
Yeah, I just wait. I just literally do nothing. Of course, Magnus knows this, and Wang Hao knows this. So I won't be surprised that this game will finish pretty quick, because white is just running out of ideas. And yeah, rook b7, final chance maybe from Magnus to test if his opponent is going to gather the courage for the rook trade, because if white doesn't trade the rooks, what he's going to do, there's literally no targets. So I think he is going to deeply regret his choice by rushing this e3, and he had a wonderful position after the opening. Yeah, he got exactly everything he wanted. So Wang Hao clearly displayed the opening. He played this very modern knight e7 and b6. He played bishop 5 e6. Magnus tricked him with this very smart, tricky order, the moves b3, which, I don't know, maybe it comes from one of the creative seconds in the Magnus's camp. And yeah, he blew it. He played this very unfortunate e3, and that's it. After that, Wang Hao was very precise. This is a dream position. I think everybody's going to agree, right? If you manage to get the pressure on d5, one unfortunate mistake, and that's it. No more chances, almost. Yeah. Okay, maybe Magnus also wasted time for queen b5, queen b6, queen b5, queen f1. That was not very accurate.
Right.
Rook c1 felt so natural.
A big chunk of his advantage was dissipated here.
I think he just hallucinated something. He was so deep in his thoughts, he just hallucinated something, and he saw everything on top of that, and he just hallucinated something, and maybe the hand made another move instead of what he was calculating. This sometimes happens. And then, yeah, he realized, oh my goodness, my plan is not working.
Yeah, there must have been something about this position that he thought was good for white that didn't work out. Yeah, I mean, I think at this point, there's basically nothing that Wang Hao can do wrong anymore. I mean, yes, rook d7 draws, but he doesn't have to play rook d7. He could play rook d6, rook d8. He could play bishop c3, bishop b4 again and again. So
maybe he doesn't even need to give up the pawn, right? Just sit and wait, do nothing at all.
So let's go to Wesley and Timur. That game is going to maintain its interest. Rook c2 was the choice. f5, 3. Nope.
Takes on f5.
Takes on f5. What?
That is a bit strange. I mean, not the kind of setup I was looking for, but the pawn on b5 is weak.
Knight
And
b3, another surprising move.
what is it?
Knight b3 surprises me too. I thought the knight would go to e4.
Oh, yeah. But knight h3, he might be threatened with some knight a5. The rook on c2 goes to d2.
I think I know there was maybe this issue. Knight d4. Because of the file.
Maybe I've solved too many puzzles. I really wanted to insert some knight f6, but unfortunately it doesn't work. No, it doesn't work.
So he played knight b3. And now against knight d4, I suppose he could just take it.
Yep, it's a free pawn.
And he's just strong on the d file. So knight b3. Well, that's a surprising move. If I were playing blitz, I would have definitely just blundered knight e4, knight d4.
It's also a defensive move at the same time and an attacking move. He exit protects the knight on d5. By the way, which begs the question, queen b5 was still knight e4. Yeah, the question got answered. Why he didn't take the pawn on b5 right away? Queen
Right.
b5, there's still knight b4, knight e4. Yeah, that doesn't work. Yeah, so knight b3 is a good move. A bit strange, but good. Maybe it's not even strange, it's just good.
Yeah. I mean, it may actually also have this idea of knight a5. It seems weird to be running away from the center that's opening up, but that would break up the coordination of black's rooks.
Right. Now, I imagine that Rajabov has to go knight e6 back, because if he loses the pawn on b5, then maybe he has to seek some kind of a crazy counterattack with something like e4, e3. Can I do that? Because the position is so bad that maybe it's time to be desperate.
Right. E4, queen b5, e3.
Yeah, something like that. I mean, get some weaknesses of the dark squares, put the bishop on d6, queen e5. Try to scare the opponent of something. So let's say I take f takes on e3. And I mean, I'm not sure about this knight e3. There could be a pin at the e file.
Right.
Yeah, something like that. That could be very costly. So, but what about instead of knight e3, I play bishop d6? So seek some kind of tricks, you know, queen e5. The bar, of course, is laughing.
I want to bring the knight through d4 here in response.
Yeah. Maybe it's as simple as that. Knight e4, queen e5, and just take on just take on f5.
Yeah, I can also go knight f3.
Even knight f3. Oh my goodness. Okay.
And then my king is just covered. And if you took on, or you didn't want to take on d4 because then you couldn't play queen e5, right?
Right. So maybe he has to go back.
It's an interesting idea. I mean, you have to, if you're black, you do have to decide on many occasions whether you have a chance with passive defense or whether you have no chance at passive defense. If you've got no chance in passive defense, then you have to find a moment to throw some kind of puzzle your opponent's way rather than just waiting to lose.
And maybe also Timur has to ask himself, is the position already losing? So if the answer is, it is losing, and my opponent is going to slowly outplay me, like putting up this passive defense, then maybe the best chance is try to go for total crazy counterattack. But at the same time, Timur is too experienced. He knows that maybe this crazy counterattack will actually mean a faster end of the game, especially against such an experienced player as Wesley So. So maybe he wants to prolong it and seek the right moment for the best chance to escape the game. So I would expect something like knight e6 because e4, e3, it feels very desperate. And I think Wesley is going to manage that. So either knight e6.
One thing about your knight d6 move, though, is can white play knight c5 in response to it?
Yeah, that's a very valid idea. Yeah, those knights are beautiful, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, I guess you will be able to untangle with knight c4 and the bishop will control c5. So maybe it's as simple as just, yeah, you have to retreat for a moment. And then play knight c4 next move.
And somehow black lives.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know what to suggest to Rajabov. Maybe stubborn defense.
Yeah.
Play fast, apply pressure. Don't give up right away.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely a bit behind on the clock.
And this is move 33. This means he has 8 minutes for, what is it, 8 moves, right? And there's no increment.
Yeah.
The position is not so difficult to make moves, but there's some pressure.
But yeah, I mean, not simple either.
I think he's looking for some ways to complicate it, probably. 96 is passive. So maybe think about moves like rook c4, maybe. Try to be active at the same time, at least make an expression like he's active.
Yeah.
And let's say knight a5, try to complicate the game. Yeah, something like e4 or rook h4, e4, e3, bishop d6, draw everything, sacrifice the pawn on b5. Maybe rook c4. It's logical.
Two. I wonder, is there any?
No, I wanted to get the rook on h4. This rook on c4. Wait, you found something? Knight e4, rook d4.
I found something. I mean, I don't know how great it is, but I'm doing this, this, and at least, like, I don't know, my bishop has something to do now on d4 and b4.
Might as well be simply lost because queen b3 might simplify the position.
Queen b3 here?
Yeah. Queen b3, takes, bishop b4, king f1, king e2, king e3. Or maybe the black king is just in time.
And you want to go and just take the e-pawn from me?
Okay, the king is in time. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, the king is very fast. So what about this rook c4?
Yeah, so that was interesting. That didn't feel like easy. Rook c4. What about f3?
Whoa, more weaknesses.
Oh, okay. You're happy for black. If I do that.
I'm looking for some sort of a counterplay, right? I'm pretty sure he's gonna play rook c4. It makes sense. I think also pretty soon we're gonna get the Armageddon game, right? Of Magnus Carlsen against Marha.
Does knight e3 blunder anything? I guess you could trade and take b4.
Yep.
We go
That's
here.
a free pawn.
Takes here, and this guy comes to life. Again, yeah, it's requiring quite a bit of caution from white. I feel like the rook on b3 instead of the c file had less tactical issues than this version here, but yeah, rook c4, I'm not finding anything super easy. There. So I've got a similar idea, but I think it's also not good enough. Knight b6, queen b6, queen f5, and then bishop b4. I mean, the queen's nicely placed on f5, but still we let the black bishop back into the game.
But there's still no move from Rajabov. Rajabov is thinking.
I'm just going to check if the Armageddon game started. Nope, not yet. Just keep our eye on that. So back to here. Yeah, Rajabov thinking a very long time. He had at least 10 minutes at the start of this move. And I mean, yes, there's a 10-second increment, but basically, I mean, he's spending all his time on this. Just because you get to move forward and get a 10-second increment, it's still, I mean, I would want a few minutes on my clock to play out this game.
Yeah, it can get pretty dangerous for him.
That's
Strange.
surprising.
A bit strange. There's no move. I mean, I would have expected there should have been already a move. Maybe there's some transmission delay or something.
Here it comes. And the clock has not updated. So it seems that
C4.
he's just played rook c4 as you predicted. But that he spent
natural.
about 8 minutes on it, which is, I mean, crazy. You're in a middle game with 10 minutes on the clock and you spend 80% of your time on one move that's not even a tactic. It's not even like the decisive move of the game. It's just some move.
And this could become another Armageddon game, right? I mean, it's not technically Armageddon, but it's Armageddon because he's going to have to make a lot of moves to reach move 40.
Yeah, it's become kind of a rapid / blitz game for Timur at this point. I mean, even if you factor in the 10 seconds per move, he's basically playing a blitz game now.
All right. So how do you play if you're Wesley here? So naturally, black is threatening d4 or maybe rook h4, e4, e3. Knight e3 probably is not going to happen.
No, that was just bad.
Right. Bishop b4 is quite an obvious threat after the knight trade. What else?
I mean, I think f3 looks reasonable despite making more weaknesses.
I would be very afraid. I would be very afraid to play f3. I would have played something like rook e2. Rook e2, because the rook on c2 is not doing anything, apply pressure against the pawn on e5, and after I defend against the e4, e3 threat.
Here's what I would be afraid of, that my queen has to go to b1. That would be my fear.
Why? It looks pretty nice there, no?
It looks nice there. Okay. So my fear would just be a pointless fear.
I mean,
I don't know. I just feel like I'm almost trapped. I'm running out of the center.
I like it there because the rook on c2 is not doing really anything. So you need to give it a new role. On d2, there's nothing happening. The knight on d5 stands. So I guess position both rooks, maybe at least one rook on e2, target the pawn on e5, and just pray for the best. Maybe actually rook e2 would come some ideas at some point, play rook e4. But of course, black is not going to take it.
Yeah. I mean, I do like getting the rook off of c2.
Yeah, because there's always the knight e4 and bishop takes a b4 threats. So why not remove the rook?
Yeah.
Makes perfect sense. But then again, you need to calculate it a bit further because after rook e2, you need to calculate moves like rook d8. What happens after rook d8? Because now suddenly your knight on d5 is under attack. You need to do something about it.
Yeah. How about knight f6? You said you were always looking to play knight f6.
Very simple solution. Okay, so there's no rook d8.
Yeah. Lola, you're much better off watching Wesley So and Timur Rajabov than watching us.
You play rook e2?
If we could play like Wesley So and Timur Rajabov, we'd be in the tournament, and someone else would be broadcasting.
I mean, we can understand what they're thinking. We understand the thought process very often because we are title players ourselves, but sometimes they're the moves which we don't understand.
So yeah, Wesley's having a little think here, which is reasonable.
It's a big moment here for him, obviously, because I think if I'm sitting in this moment, I see this is a critical moment. I have 17 minutes on the clock. I have plenty of time. I have an extra pawn. I'm doing great. And since my opponent is so low on the clock, I try to think in terms of the series of moves, meaning I try to play several moves in a row, which apply incredible pressure against my opponent, meaning I don't do it like this. I play one move, my opponent responds with the most obvious move. For example, rook e2, black plays rook, I don't know, not rook d8, but let's say e4, and I start to think again, right?
Yeah.
So I want to make several moves in a row so that my opponent, who has 2 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock with no increment, he feels incredibly pressured.
Yeah.
This is what I would do.
Same. That's what I would ideally want to do as well. Figure out a couple moves in advance and set my opponent a real problem to solve without much time. What you don't want to do is make really simple threats and make it really easy for your opponent to find their move.
All right. So I think Wesley thinking really deep here. Rook e2, e4, queen b1, whatever Black does next. He tries to evaluate it. Maybe I don't need to do this. What happens when I'm pawn on c3? Is this good enough? Am I not playing it too cheap?
Right. I think one of the moves he has to check on is knight e7. Because if you take all your defenders off of c3 except the knight, then maybe knight e7 leaves the c3 pawn hanging. So like rook e2, e4, queen b1, knight e7.
Mm-hmm.
Question for white.
By the way, knight a5, e4 is on the board.
Oh, knight a5 was played.
Yeah, yeah. So he must have calculated that.
Yeah.
Very responsible.
And e4 was played in response very quickly. We glanced at this line a moment ago. And what did we come up with? We looked at queen e2, knight d4 here. That's what I came up with. So Wesley should have seen e4 coming. And this is where it would have been really good if he had planned his response to e4 and just smashed it out, right?
Yep. That's what I expected, to be honest. And he's not playing immediately. Is there the Armageddon game yet? No?
Let's see.
It should have had it already, no?
No, as far as I can tell, no moves played yet over there.
All right.
So they're still on break between games. Does queen f1 do anything better than queen e2, or maybe queen d2 covers the d file better? Queen d2, knight d4, knight c4.
Yeah, that seems to work, by the way. And then after knight c2, knight b6, maybe you can show it on the board. So queen d2, knight e4 doesn't work, I guess. Knight c4 and knight c2, knight c2, b6. So the knight on c2 is under attack. The rook on c8 is under attack, and the black just resigns.
Yeah, would just fall apart.
But there must be something else.
Yeah, queen d2. What else is there here for black? I'm not sure. Someone in chat says rook d8, but I don't know if they mean in this position, because rook d8, knight f6 check is usually not going to be great for black.
Well, I don't see it right away, but it feels that black
Wesley's just played a move. Wesley played rook e2 here.
Oh. What?
Yeah. I mean, he takes d3 is just a queen trade. But it's a lot of stuff hanging at once.
This must have been his preparation. You don't invent rook e2 without preparing this in advance. I think he played knight a5 with intentions to meet e4 with rook e2, but since it was such a responsible decision, he decided to double check it.
Double check it. Wow.
I think so, because you don't sit like, oh my goodness, e4 happened. What I do now, right? Oh, there's rook e2. No, of course not. And Rajabov is an incredible time pressure, because did he expect rook e2 actually? There might be a fair chance he simply missed it and the clock is mercilessly ticking.
Yeah, I mean, he'd planned e4, but this is the follow-up where he maybe hadn't planned it. And the rook on c4, I mean, it's got no obvious retreats, right? So Rajabov he's committed here. He's got to find some tactical something.
I cannot go with the queen because there's rook takes on e4, maybe rook e8,
Right.
but I could take on c4. I could simplify the possession. And this doesn't.
If rook e8, you're saying you could go knight c4?
I think so. I could take it. No, I need to calculate this. What this is.
Pawn
Take
takes
it,
queen, trade,
take it, and I
trade. And you're going to start collecting pawns now?
There's another pawn, which I didn't see.
Knight a3.
Knight a3, 2 extra pawns. Another third pawn is on d3. That should be easy.
Looks lost. Looks pretty lost. Yeah, those pawns look really bad there. Rajabov is almost down to the last minute here after rook e2.
This must have come as a surprise because you don't expect rook e2, you expect queen e2, you expect queen d2, you expect queen f1. What? There's rook e2?
Yeah. Apparently he's got 3 seconds left as he plays rook e8 in this position. And your knight c4 move looked pretty easy for white here, didn't it?
David, would it be ethical to play here knight f6?
What does knight f6 do?
Flag the opponent.
Flag the opponent?
Something like
because
that.
it's
Knight
move
f6, queen d5.
35 and there's no increment.
Because every single capture wastes time. I play knight f6, I play queen d5, queen g8, surprise the opponent, he flags.
Right.
Probably
I don't
not
know.
right.
I mean, it looks like he's out of time, but you can also flag him in a winning position, right?
Right. I'm just kidding.
In this case, I would say that's an unnecessary risk to just sack your pieces with check.
For content, no?
For content.
Yeah, 3 seconds, 5 moves. Okay, so
I suppose that's a new lens through which we could see the world. But I think when you're playing in a chess tournament, you should, I don't know, just immerse yourself in your game, not worry about the content.
Oh, you're right. All right, so Wesley So wins, and this means we have actually how many decided games? 2, right?
2.
2, yeah.
2 games decided in regulation and 3 matches that went to Armageddon. And the last game of the day will be Magnus Carlsen against Wang Hao, which should start somewhat soon. But let's just say Wesley So looked great today, right? I mean, he looked good in the Blitz tournament yesterday.
Right. So he won yesterday. I mean, it was a pretty slow start, wasn't it? He had, what was it, 1 point out of 3 or half a point out of 3, and he finished 6.5 out of 9. Pretty incredible, not to say the least.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, to your question about is it ethical to flag somebody in a situation with no increment? It's been so long since I've played a tournament without increment. I haven't thought about that for a while. In general, I'm not really a fan of flagging anybody. But I guess in a classical game, if your opponent runs out of time thinking about your moves, I mean, that's just a way of winning a game as well. So I guess it could be okay. But yeah, I guess it would be okay.
I guess it's just the way, how do you do it, right? Not with knight f6, queen d5, queen g8. That would be very, very bad trolling.
Yeah, I mean, that would just be like a little bit of an insult, I guess. A little bit unnecessary. Right. So maybe it'd be like mildly rude, but not a flagrant not a flagrant foul. What I would think is really flagrant is sort of knocking over a piece and hitting your clock, that kind of a thing to flag your opponent, right? Or playing your rook between d3 and d4 so they don't know what square it's on, and then hitting your clock. Anything like that, I would give you absolute, like, full-on red card violation. I wouldn't invite you to my tournament if I were the organizer, if you did that sort of a thing. That would be too much.
It's a very good answer.
Yeah.
I keep hearing that the Armageddon game is about to start in the moment. Yeah. The game is about to start. So actually, according to the regulations, the player who plays white in a classical game, he also gets exactly the same color in Armageddon. There's no drawing of lots, so there's no tossing coin. It's just the color it is. Are we going to see a4?
I just saw our producer go in and vote for Carlsen to win the Armageddon game. He wants to win that cash, Arturs. He wants to win that cash.
Are we predicted Anand to win? Mamedyarov draw? No, wait. We said Mamedyarov is going to win.
We got a few things wrong, but over the course of the tournament, we still got a chance. We predicted Mamedyarov to win and Anand to draw. So
here we go. There's the game. Oh,
there's the game. Knight a3. So this knight a3, this is part of Carlsen's world championship preparation, these sharp lines of the Catalan. And when he came to Wake on Zay 1 month later from the world championship, he won at least 2 games in this variation at Wei-Kan-Zhe in January this year. So he's going to have his moves ready. Wang Hao is going to have watched that tournament. He's going to know something about it.
And yet they play very quickly. So this means both of the players know position pretty well. Rook c1. I guess queen c4 is knight b6. The pawn on a4 is gone for no good reason. And now if black plays knight b6, white has time to include a5 to protect the pawn.
Yeah.
Again, yeah. I think this kind of resembles to the strategy that was used by Mamedyarov against Ariantari. Remember, also in today's game, Mamedyarov sacrificed the pawn to get the two bishop advantage, and hope in the long term to exploit the powers of the Daxwa bishop. It didn't quite work because Tari was very precise.
Yeah, he didn't get much out of that. Rook e1 and then rook e to d1. I mean, was he threatening e4 or not? Because Wang Hao just ignored it, and then he moved his rook off of e1. Wow. For anyone wondering what's going on with the Armageddon and the rules and the games, we'll repeat it once right now, but then we're just going to follow this game. So basically, the players in Norway Chess, if they draw a classical game, it is a classical tournament, but if they draw a classical game, they have to play basically an Armageddon game that day, 20 minutes after their classical game. Someone says, isn't Armageddon for breaking ties? Well, a draw is a tie. They're not just breaking ties at the end of the tournament here. They're breaking every single tie that they see. As soon as they see it, they come in with a hammer and they break that tie.
They can't draws.
Any draw you get in the classical, you're always going to see a rapid game. For everybody who won or lost in classical today, they did not play an Armageddon game. They're not forced to play more, but yeah, so that's what we're at. Here we are. You can see below us the time control if you want to. We've got 10 minutes starting out for Carlsen, 7 minutes for Wang Hao, and Wang Hao gets an extra half point in the tournament standings if he draws or wins this game as black.
What's your prediction, David? What do you think is going to happen in this game? Is Magnus going to win this?
Hard to know. I mean, he's got twice as much time as Wang Hao. That's pretty good. Black's position so far looks totally fine. If I had to go out on a limb, I will go with Magnus to win. Wang Hao didn't look that sharp in the Blitz tournament yesterday, even though I love him.
All right. Yep. I don't know what to think. I like the move c6 because Wang Hao is clearly hinting at an idea to play b5. But this move rook e1, rook d1 really puzzles me. Again, like
right.
Same as you.
That two-step was a little surprise. I mean, we don't have a lot of time here to try out variations, but was there something wrong with the move e4 in this position?
I have no idea.
Yeah. Okay.
I have no idea. Maybe if you didn't have a follow-up after that bishop c6, you're still going to take on c4. And the pawn on a4 is under attack because of knight b6. Although you could even sacrifice the pawn and rely on the pawn center.
Yeah. Because when the knight goes over to a4, this knight's going to get the e5 square.
Right. So I want to position at least structure-wise my Daxwa bishop on b2, on a1 if necessary, play at some moment, d5 breakthrough, and checkmate the opponent.
Yeah. All right. Offering a lot of trades here is Magnus Carlsen. Looking to lock in the d6 square after all the trades.
And there's a e4 threat, by the way, trapping the bishop on d5. So this literally is asking black to take on g2. And if he does it, he simply, I guess, loses the pawn on c4. Does he, though? This needs to be calculated. So bishop g2, king g2, b5, knight c6.
And then a takes b5. I mean, it's just...
yeah, there's a takes on b5. Yeah, it doesn't work.
Bishop g2, king g2 have been played.
Wait, there's knight e5, d takes and queen d5. What about this one? Oh, wait, there's no queen d5.
Here?
Oh,
yeah, there's... He would have to block with knight d7 if he trades here. He did not. He played knight b6, trying to hold on to this pawn a little bit longer. White's got ideas of bishop c5 to eventually disrupt the defense of c4, also rook b1. But is queen d5 going to be an issue? Is White going to start with f3 or e4 here?
E4 looks very good. Maybe f3 is also a possibility, but it allows black to play something like knight e5, knight b4. So e4 locks the knight on f6. e4, f3. Maybe I finally get to see this kingside expansion with g4, g4, h4, etc.
You've been waiting all day for someone to just get checkmated on the kingside.
Yeah, I really want to see a checkmate.
I can feel it. You're like, expand on the king side.
Right.
Put your knight on g5, somebody.
All right. Now, knight c4, of course, is a move. Is Magnus going to take his courage and play knight g4? Can you do that? Just knight g4, h4, h5, checkmate. Can you do that?
He's not
Or
going
you
to.
care about the pawns?
He's not going to. He's going to take his pawn back. Yep, there we go. Sorry, Arturs.
He cares about the pawns.
I'm sorry.
I mean, honestly, I would have taken a knight x on c4 myself. So, but since this is not my game, I can suggest something funky.
Right. You can say, send your knight to g4. Throw your h-pawn up the board.
I would play myself knight c4 in the heartbeat.
Play like you're Dubov in a rapid tournament.
Magnus looks very good here. This is an excellent position. Double the rooks at the b file. Bishop goes on b2. A nightmare position for Wang Hao. And the clock is looking merciless.
Yeah, the clock's going to keep ticking down. And there is a 1 second increment eventually after they get to move 40. So right now there's no increment. Eventually 1 second to keep you from straight up flagging in a simple position, but it won't let you think. Rook d7 comes in. I guess the bishop might go to c5 here.
Is 1 second increment an increment actually? Technically, because it's not enough even to accumulate time. All you can do is just slam the move, right?
Yeah, it's enough to keep playing without flagging. Physically playing a move.
Right.
So bishop c5 to b6. It's like really appealing to me here.
Magnus has a lot of beautiful ideas here. Indeed, bishop c5, bishop b6, queen c3, double the rooks at the b file. Maybe think about some king set attack. I'm hoping for it, really.
He plays bishop c1. He played bishop c1 and how counters in the center with c5. Trying to take a piece off of that center.
Bishop f4.
Nice. That hurts.
Does it? I get a feeling that black is very happy to get some counterplay because the previous position was with no counterplay. Here, black at least has something.
Yeah, but now maybe there's time for rook c1 this way.
Rook c1 on b6, queen b6. Okay, I mean, which rook c1?
Yeah, rook b to c1.
Then I play b6, and I'm still alive.
Yeah, that's true.
I kind of don't like what Magnus did here. This bishop on a3 was very nicely controlling the diagonal.
Okay, they played those moves. Now maybe bishop e3.
Maybe it's just fine.
Now maybe bishop e3. Even bishop e5, I'm not sure what black would do. But
bishop e3, I could sacrifice on e4, no? No, it didn't happen. I thought there is a sacrifice of the piece for 3 pawns.
Oh, interesting.
That could be pretty tricky.
That could be quite hard to handle. Okay, so simple capture. Hao's got to play rook d1, but hesitates for a few seconds. Now we'll see rook d1.
White's advantage is pretty large because the knight on f6 is completely shut off from the game. So the bishop clearly dominates the knight.
He's got these pawns holding it down. He's got control of the d file for the moment. I think he's just going to play queen B6, maybe even queen B5, actually. Queen B5, queen C2. Oh, we got to watch out. We got to watch out.
But rook D2.
Okay, he does
There's
go for
rook
queen
D2.
B5.
Maybe 5, very nice move. The pawn on B6 is a weakness.
Oof. Yeah. Black searches for some hope, but I mean, he's killed 2 black pieces. 2 black pieces.
Right. And also there's a threat of E5. E5, and if black is not going to get access to knight E7, he's just lost immediately. E5, the rook on E8 hangs. So you need to protect against this threat as well.
Right.
Something like E5 yourself. I think you need to play E5. Rook B. Oh, okay.
Rook B8.
Very passive.
Is there queen B6, queen D2? No queen B6.
I mean, there's many moves, many great moves for white. So I think Magnus tries to be a bit unpredictable. Or maybe he doesn't need that. Just try to convert it to a win. He feels that it should be a great position.
Well, you say many great moves for white, but I'm struggling to find them here myself.
What about queen D3? It comes with a cheap or queen D8. I force you to trade.
Forcing that trade.
And but is it any good? Take. Yeah. H6 or king f8. I'm not sure what's best. And then black pushes B5.
Yeah, against rook D6, black plays B5. Against rook B3, black has knight D7. It's not done yet. It's not done yet in that line.
Not yet.
Not yet. Actually, it looked more winning 1 or 2 moves ago. So I'm going to give Wang Hao credit for rook B8. That was a heck of a defensive move in this tough situation.
Right. Actually, Magnus just could have taken the pawn on B6. He did not. He played king f2 very quickly, blitzed it out, just slammed on the clock. And now after rook B8, he's thinking, he has a deep think. Yeah. Maybe there's a regret.
Yeah.
Why didn't I take the pawn on B6 when I could have? Now I can't do it. Queen D3, he's going to go for it. And he's going to fight for the pawn. Yeah, he's going to fight for the pawn he could have taken a couple of moves ago.
Yeah, he's in for a long grind here.
Wang Hao is terribly down on the clock. 42 seconds, 33 moves made. So what was the, again, regulations? After 60 moves, it was +1, right?
Yeah. Oh, there goes the pawn. Oh,
bishop B6. That's nice.
Maybe he had to accept the queen trade last move, huh?
Right.
Or queen C. I mean, the other move that I had considered was queen C7, but then probably queen D6 would still get a queen trade.
I think he's going to lose this. That's it. He's too slow. Too slow. There's no way he's going to make it.
This knight is cut off completely from the queen side as it opens up more and more. And Magnus is looking to maybe win the A5 pawn in a moment as well. On queen D8, there's knight E8.
And what about rook D7? I could continue it.
You could.
No, it does work. Does work. Does work.
Yeah, no rook takes D8, I guess. Queen B6 is check too. Oof.
11 seconds for Wang Hao for what, 26 moves?
Oh, he's got queen A7 in case of bishop A5. And then the queen could take on A5 and cover the back rank mate. So I think bishop A5 looks like a blunder.
Yeah, bishop A5 is a blunder because queen A5 protects the check from D8. But I mean, even a move something like queen B5 looks very good. You still cannot take on... Yeah, I'm still gonna take it. I try and take bishop A5, simplify the position. Opponent is gonna flag anyway, most likely. Maybe play for domination, something like queen D6. Queen D6 is 98, actually.
Yeah, queen D6, 98, I don't like.
Minor problems.
Yeah. So I think just bring the bishop back to E3 here is what I would do. Keep maximum tension, don't make any direct threats. Leave black to figure out what they're doing about the knight on F6, right?
Right.
That's the kind of move that flags an opponent. is more of just like a simple retreat. leave some
And Magnus is
pressure.
thinking. I'm a bit surprised, to be honest.
Oh, or maybe bishop d4, so you have rook b2 as well.
Queen d4,
Queen d4.
h6.
h6, prudently avoiding back rank mate, but Magnus was threatening bishop takes a5, and he grabs the pawn. And now the threat is queen h1. It's sort of the desperation counterattack from Wang Hao, like one might expect in blitz. King g2 to cover the weak spot on h1 looked like a good move to me.
Magnus is surprisingly slow. I don't understand it. He should have been blitzing it out. No.
Now he's down to 20 seconds. Yeah, he might have wanted to save
5 seconds. He's still thinking.
Yeah, he might have wanted to save a little time for himself.
Okay,
but rook d8 is good enough, and queen b8 is fancier, and he goes fancier. He goes queen b8. Very good. That's it.
All right. Magnus does it.
GG. It is over the board, so there's no pre-moving, and so it's, a different situation compared to online blitz with the last couple seconds in the game. But Magnus wins the tiebreaker here. Yeah, he handled that c5 break from black pretty well. He clearly was ready for it and kept the advantage. With a target for black over on the queen side in all these positions. However black played it, whether they take back with the pawn or the queen, there's always going to be a weak target on a dark square. And by controlling the d file, he kept the knight on f6 off of the queen side, and eventually converts that Armageddon. So that is the end of round 1 for today. Our coverage will, of course, continue tomorrow. We want to let you know about another upcoming event here on chess.com. The Junior Speed Chess Championships are nearing their final conclusion. The battle for $35,000 prize fund and a spot in the 2022 Speed Chess Championships. The final match is June 6th at 8 a.m. Pacific. And we'll see the two Indian superstars, Nihal Sarin and Arjun Erigaisi. This epic match you can follow on chess.com to see who will be crowned the JSCC champion. And boy, am I looking forward to that too. I am a fan of classical chess, but I am a fan of Arjun Erigaisi, and I am a fan of the Speed Chess Championship matches. They're great fun and excitement. So I will be watching that next week.
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, I just noticed today we have had quite a few victories for white, right? We had 2 wins in the classical game with the white color, and all of the decisive games in the Armageddon were decided in favor for white. So what does it teach us? Play with the white color.
As you told us at the beginning, if somebody offered you 9 whites and 9 games, you would take it.
9 whites.
Here are the results, folks, for anyone with questions about what they mean. 1.5 to 1 means that the original game was drawn, and then the tiebreaker was won by the player with white, which is either Carlsen, Giri, or Mamedyarov, depending which line you're looking at. And so they get 1.5 points in the tournament standings for winning that. And where you really suffer in this tournament is if you draw your games and then lose the Armageddon, then you're getting only 1/3 of a point effectively for your draw compared to a win.
In the meantime, let's also check the schedule of the Norway Chess tournament. Here you see the Blitz event was held yesterday, which was won by Wesley So. Today was round 1, which just concluded, and the action resumes tomorrow on June 1 with round 2. Every single day, there's going to be 1 round with exception of June 8th, I believe, when there is a rest. And the June 4th.
2 rest
June
days.
4th, I missed it. Yeah, June 4th as well.
After round 4 and round 7, 2 rest days. Chess.com will be bringing you coverage every single day at the same time. Arturs, how did you enjoy your first foray here? Was it how you imagined?
Yeah, even better. It was absolutely fantastic, doing an absolute pleasure here together with you, David. I had an absolute blast. I hope you also, the viewers, enjoyed it. And I myself will be back on Thursday. But are you tomorrow?
Right.
doing the commentary?
I am doing tomorrow. And I learned so much from you today, Arturs, as well as from the players, through their moves. So it was a lot of fun. Thank you, everybody, for being with us. And we will see you again in the next days.
Have a good evening. Goodbye.